Regular meeting of the Bellevue School District Board of Directors for June 6th is now called to order. First thing on our agenda is roll call. Okay.
Phil Block.
Carolyn Watson.
Cindy Rogan. Monica Webster.
Jay Norris.
Kelly Aramaki.
Next thing we have is the introduction of the student.
And I'm actually going to have our executive team coordinator, Monica Niamela, introduce our student tonight. They've bonded, so Monica will introduce her.
Hi, our student speaker tonight is Gauri Krishnan, and I met Gauri. She's a student at Evergreen Transitions, and I met her working down at the Evergreen or the Everbean coffee shop, which is located on the second floor of our building. So I was super excited when she got chosen to speak tonight. So Gauri, are you ready?
And then the first thing we do is the Pledge of Allegiance. With you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let's go on to the land acknowledgement.
Mm. We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, especially the Duwamish tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historic context that brings us to reside and accept responsibility to interrupt in this year. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Skalami tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance. Thank you so much, Severin, President of Board of Directors, Bellevue School District.
We'd like to hear anything else you'd like to tell us.
My name is Gauri Krishnan. I'm 19 years old, and I am in my first year of Evergreen program, where I'm learning life skills, job skills, to help me become more independent. You may have seen me working in the Everbean coffee shop or delivering digital mail in this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to talk to us. Next, we have our acknowledgements. And for this month, we have LGBTQ plus Pride Month. We have National Caribbean American Heritage Month. We have June 11th through 12th, starting from sundown June 11th, we have Shavuot. We have June 12th, Loving Day, and June 14th, Flag Day. Okay. It says we will review the agenda and make adjustments if required. Did we decide against adjustments? Or yeah, some of us have decided against. Okay. Director Ars?
Thanks. I have a list of things I'd like to share with the during the director discussion, and I think it's going to take more than 3 minutes. Is it possible to adjust by a few minutes?
I would think so, if it's not like multiples of 3 minutes, because I could use slightly less of my time and make that work.
I can too.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then, so if we could just approve the agenda, is that okay? Would someone make a motion?
I motion for approving the agenda.
All right.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't see anyone opposed, so we'll go with that. And then we have the consent agenda. Would somebody like to move to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right. Would anybody like to discuss the consent agenda? Okay. Then let me say, all those in favor of the consent agenda as is, let's say aye.
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 Okay, and then we're up to superintendent update.
All right, great. It's great to see all the students here today. Just have a few updates to share. We are cruising to the end of the school year. I just want to show you this. This is my kind of cover slide. But these are pictures from our unified kind of track day. It was called the Day of Champions. And it was so incredible. We had kids from our transitions program, Pacific program, students with special needs from all over our district came together on buses and vans to Interlake High School. They competed. We had cheerleaders from a bunch of our high schools there, football players participating, and it was just a day of unity and being outside together. And as you can see, we've had some pretty rainy, windy weather over this past week and a half or so. But on this Friday, it was just gorgeous. I mean, the sun came out for the kids, and it was so amazing. You can see a picture of my shadow, evidence of the sunshine. So it was really, really amazing. A great day for the students and for our district. Next slide. Today was our Black Student Union Summit 2024, and I'm wearing a shirt that I got from it today. But today, the students were celebrating the theme of unleashing the power of Black creativity, and it was amazing. This room, before this meeting started, it was just packed with students coming together, talking about ways that they express and show their creativity, and it was incredible. And we had great community partners here as well to support the kids and staff who are here as well. A great celebration of our Black students here in the Bellevue School District. And the top left picture are the Black Student Union leaders from our different high schools who put on the event. It was really, really amazing. Next slide. A couple weeks ago, the school board and we went out for a board night out. We went and saw Beauty and the Beast over at Sammamish High School. It was a really incredible event to see. The kids did a remarkable job, not just putting on the show, acting, and doing all of the tech behind the scenes and stage management, but the kids designed all of the costumes themselves, which was really impressive. And then we were so lucky afterwards. Kylie, Faye, and Joey gave us a tour of the costume area, the backstage, and kind of talked about how the show is being produced. And so I just want to shout them out. Kylie and Faye are two of the people who like did all of the costumes together. And Sammamish has amazing programs, which we're really proud of. Like you can take costume and design classes, you can take theater classes, tech theater classes, all these things to prepare kids to go into the field of theater if they want to, or just to be great at presenting and things like that. So it was an incredible night out for us. We had a wonderful time. We got to celebrate Director Block's birthday at dinner, and he got sung to, which was so awesome. So anyways, he wasn't expecting that, nor did I think he want that, but he got it anyway, so it was fun. Next slide. I got to speak at Bellevue High School. They do these events every month called iConnect, and it's parent education and community building. And Sharon Pang, the woman who's up there in the picture on the left, she I think did this when she was at Chinook, and so this has been kind of a thing. But it's an amazing thing where all these parents get together once a month and learn about things that are important to them, whether it's about life in a high school, or they had Jack McLeod, our head of facilities, give them a tour of all of the locked doors and what's behind everything at Bellevue High School. And I got to present just this past week to talk about kind of my reflections on this year. But I just want to shout out the Bellevue High School iConnect parent leaders who bring people together. They do it to teach things, but also to build community among families. And then in celebration of kind of our work around joy, we ended with a performance by their K-pop group, which was really awesome. So shout out to the K-pop group at Bellevue High School. Next slide. I just wanted to mention this. I've been talking about this in as many spaces as I can. One of the things that I talked to the parents at Bellevue High School about was this topic of student mental health and the crisis that we're facing right now. And so I just want the community to know that I acknowledge that we are going through some really hard times when it comes to our student mental health. I think our kids are super aware of it, and our parents for sure are aware of it. And you can see just this chart that I put up there that depression among teenagers has skyrocketed, especially starting around 2010. And this book, The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, is about kind of his theory is around mental health and depression stemming from the rise in smartphones and the use of social media. And so I'm in the works with the Bellevue Schools Foundation and the Bellevue Council PTSA to try to do some kind of book study for parents in the community around student mental health and what we can do about it, because we're doing all of these things to try to help mitigate, bringing in counselors and supporting kids, but there is something that's happening and we want to get to the root cause of it. And I think that's something that we can do if we do it together as a community. Next slide. Sort of related to that, but this year, in reflection, the kids are incredible. I mean, students, I've gotten to go to a bunch of theater productions. We talked about Beauty and the Beast earlier. The robotics teams, we're going to hear from some of our robotics kids tonight about the power of robotics, not just for STEM and STEM careers afterwards, but for community. I talked about Unified Field Day, but there's also a Unified Prom at Interlake High School, which was so incredible. Our music programs, athletics, our Black Student Union, our school board getting together, all of these things have one key thing in common, and that is all of these things bring people together in community. And one of the ways that we can combat some of our issues around mental health and isolation, loneliness, depression, is by committing as a community to coming together. And so I just want to say that I'm so proud that we have all these opportunities to bring people together. And I want us as a community to double down on this idea of like, let's get together, Bellevue School District, PTAs, parents, school board, all of us, so that we can build community and combat the issues of isolation and loneliness. So I'm really proud of this, of all of the programs that we have that not only build on passions of students, but build community for our children. Next slide. Tonight, we are going to be just blown away by our students who are going to present the plan on environmental sustainability. I cannot wait for us to hear about it, for them to talk about it. But this is kind of a capstone of our work around the power of student voice this year. We have been talking about it a lot. We've been working on it at schools. But students are elevating their voice in powerful ways to make conditions better for people and for the planet. And we're really proud of that. And tonight we are going to see that showcased here at the school board meeting. Next slide. My last slide is just to say we are entering the season of graduations and celebrations. It's a time of great celebration for families that caps off years and years and years of hard work by the students, as well as a lot of hard work, the support of parents and of educators. And so I just want to say that we're really looking forward to being able to celebrate our students. A couple of pictures here. The one on the left, a number of us staff got to celebrate our students who are Native. And that was really incredible for us to be there. And then the picture on the right last night was the Latino graduation celebration, and Danza Azteca, it's a dance group, was there to celebrate the kids outside. But we got to celebrate a lot of our students who are Latino, Latinx, and the achievements that they've accomplished. And so this coming week, we have all of our graduations, a lot of our graduation ceremonies, but I just want to say congratulations to all of our students who are graduating this year. My last comment is today the board meeting is going to be a little bit interesting because when we get to the end, we have an item that's on curriculum adoptions. But in order to facilitate that well, because it's going to be kind of a long meeting, the board will take a break and then we're going to move into the Baker room to finish our board meeting so that we have all the curriculum materials there for the board to take a look at. But if community is here and want to see it, you can continue to watch it on the screens. It'll continue to be streamed and recorded. And then after we're done, that will be the end of the formal board meeting. And then we'll go into a study session around some proposed changes to policy 0130. Okay. All right. With that, that's the end of the superintendent comments. Thank you.
All right. Okay, next we're ready for public comment. And I always ask Chief of Staff John Harrison to help with that.
I'd be happy to. Do you want to do your
I
guidelines first?
Here's my grand paraphrasing of this.
Thank you.
Because I know y'all can read it, but I just want to always point out a few things. We only just have 2 minutes per person, and we want to ask you to please be civil and don't say anything libelous or slanderous or invade people's privacy or anything obscene or indecent or anything that would violate a school district policy and be harassment, intimidation, bullying, discrimination. Don't incite an unlawful act, please, and don't create a material and substantial disruption of the orderly operation of the board meeting. And if we can kind of all stick to that, things will be great.
Thank you, President Watson. So this evening, next slide, please, Jess. This evening, we have 8 speakers. What's kind of cool is 5 of them are students. So what I would ask each speaker, as towards the end, you'll see there'll be a clock on the screen counting down from 2 minutes. When it starts to count down towards the end, if the next speaker could start to make your way up to the podium, that would be fantastic. And the first thing we want you to do when you get to the podium is introduce yourself. So if we're ready to roll, first speaker is Julia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi.
Okay. So I'm Julia, and this is
Louisa. Hi.
yeah. We're both from international school.
Okay. We made a survey for our school asking over 277 of our students what they want funded the most, and they had an option to rank 8 things of what they wanted, and 277 responses was about 50% of our students.
And so the results of this were like 34% said out of classroom activities for their first option of what they wanted funded. Second was focus week options, and third was classroom comfort. And Louisa can explain.
Yeah, so Focus Week is just 1 week of our school where we do our elective classes, or an elective subject, but we don't get to do any of that for the rest of the year. and it's just funded on donations, and the teachers mostly handle that.
Mhm. And another thing that students really prioritize as like a big, what they wanted funded was classroom comfort. So a lot of our chairs are really uncomfortable at school. So we have sixth graders to 12th graders, and it can be a huge like height difference for us. And so for us, one issue was the chairs we have at school can be extremely uncomfortable. And we think that's an important thing to get funded because people don't often pay a lot of attention. But after staying in a chair for like a whole day,
Like 7 hours.
yeah, it gets really exhausting and your back will really hurt. And I think it's an important thing. Yeah.
Yeah, especially considering how old our school is. I think we're going to be at our school for a while, so it would be great just to get some funding for that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christy Schlesinger, and I have 2 students in the district. One's here with me. I've been a part of the K through 5 Literacy Adoption Committee for the last 2 years, and I'm very hopeful about the future of literacy in our district. Our curriculum developers have worked tirelessly to ensure that the science of how students learn to read will be in every classroom, so we're very excited. We need all hands on deck next year to make sure this curriculum is taught with fidelity, professional development, the coordination between special ed and tier 1 in the classroom. We need to provide more intense universal design for learning training for all of our professionals, educators, additional multisensory manipulatives, and the knowledge of what assistive technology tools from our AT department are available. If we could focus on the MTSS systems to become consistent and data-driven across the district would be great. We cannot tier 2 our way out of a tier 1 problem. Like our highly sought after advanced learning programs, I encourage you to develop a lighthouse program for dyslexia and literacy that would empower the 20% of students with dyslexia. This would be a highly desirable program for our surrounding communities and also a statewide draw for families who cannot afford private dyslexic schools like Hamlin Robinson. New York Public Schools has done just this. We talk about the priority of innovation and student agency, and this would be an amazing program that would empower our students. It would allow our dyslexic students to focus on their strengths as they currently are round pegs fitting into the square holes of today's education system. Thank you.
Hi. Oh God, that's loud. My name's Ava Schlesinger. I'm a 6th grader at Big Picture. I found out I had dyslexia at the end of 2nd grade. In kindergarten, 1st grade, and 2nd grade, reading was really challenging until I went through Wired for Reading program after school with Miss Jane. Reading was a part of every single subject, and I felt like I was the only one in class who couldn't read. 1 in 5 kids have dyslexia, but most do not know. Creating a dyslexia lighthouse program in Bellevue would support and encourage dyslexic students like me. It would be nice to have more teachers like my tutor, Miss Jane, who really understand how my brain learns and the best tools that can help me reach my full potential. Dyslexic kids have many strengths like visualizing in 3D, imagining, and connecting with ideas and people. I hope we can start celebrating everyone's strengths like creativity instead of best test scores in reading and math. It is creativity, imagination, and reasoning that sets us apart from the machines. The world needs minds who think differently. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anne Marie Clark. I'm one of the mentors for Team 2412, the Robototes. I'm just going to give you a quick update on what the Robototes are up to. They're our first robotics team based out of Sammamish. So they won a award at the Bellevue Youth Link Award ceremony for creative and innovative thinkers. And they went to the Washington PTA convention. They're planning on going to DC in the end of June to the Student Association for STEM Advocacy, to the National Advocacy Conference, where they'll advocate for STEM education funding. They're going to meet with the Washington legislature, so the 2 senators and the representatives that cover our district. So they're setting up the meetings now. It's a really great experience for them to go to DC. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what First LEGO League is. First LEGO League is for younger children. So from 4 to 6, there's Discover. From 6 to 8-year-old kids, there's Explore. And from 9 to 16, actually the US, I think it ends at 14, there's Challenge. So they want to bring FIRST to elementary and middle school kids. So the Robototes and the Saints and the Wolverines all have Lego robotics camps this summer. And I'm more familiar with what the Robototes are up to. They're doing one with the Girl Scouts and one with another one, and they have them both be free so that they're accessible to everybody. A lot of these robotics STEM programs are kind of pricey, so they want to make it available to everybody. And they are, am I done? I'm done.
Thank you, though. Yeah.
I am Joel Ingraham, and here's my son.
Owen.
Eli. Ashley.
Tonight, we're here to talk about literacy, but I have to say, last night I had a hard time sleeping because the anticipation of the presentation that you guys are getting later on literacy from staff. I know Director Watson likes history, and so I thought we'd start with a little bit of history. Literacy advocacy and the national conversation about literacy has been shifting, and it started back in around 2000 with the National Reading Panel, where it had some very practical advice indicating that there's 5 core components of literacy, and there's been a shift in practice over years. And I'd like to highlight some of the advocacy work and some of the progress that has been made, because tonight is really a celebration, and my kids are here to help me do that. So first, Owen, if you could. This is from the Washington State PTA resolution for.
Whereas comprehensive literacy instruction includes 5 essential components of reading: phonics awareness, phonics vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension, as defined by the National Reading Panel over 20 years ago. And this instruction should be age appropriate, explicit, systematic, and intentional, as defined by the 2016 Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA. Yet, these essential components are not included in all classrooms literacy curricula in Washington State.
So nationally, there's been a conversation and shift. And then as far as in Bellevue, where did it start? And it started with teachers, and it started with principals who were instructional leaders. And there was one Bellevue elementary principal that used some of their budget to get their staff trained in Wired for Reading. And what that did is that then sparked a common vocabulary on how to talk about instruction and how to work with the material. And so Wired for Reading was part of that story. My own students, coming out of the pandemic, got some diagnosis with dyslexia, and we were recommended to connect with a Wired for Reading tutor. And that's what started our journey on advocacy, was seeing how structured literacy and the science of reading, not only in a tutoring environment, but also in a school environment, could really make a difference. Eli?
Can I ask for a second? Are we pooling the time?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing? Okay.
So at the state level, the Decoding Dyslexia for Washington, along with the Washington State PTSA, was very instrumental in advocating for the Washington State's new literacy law that passed in 2018. And Eli's going to talk about that.
5 reasons why early is better. 1, it's more effective. 2, the brain is ready. 3, avoid the 3rd grade ball. 4, waiting hurts. 5, it's the law. Screening and intervention. 1, screening in grades K through 4th. 2, multi-tier systems of support. 3, structured literacy. 4, or teacher training. 5, communicating with families.
So when that law passed in 2018, it's under dyslexia advocates have advocated for it, but it's really the way it's written and being implemented. It's really a literacy law. It really makes sure whether you have a diagnosis or not, that all kids who are struggling get flagged and you're able to come in and support. And the other thing interesting about that law is it was very explicit on the remedy, which was unique because it said it had to be multi-sister systems of support, it had to be structured literacy, and you had to have teacher training. So let's fast forward now to Bellevue, how they started to implement that new law. So this is the phonemic awareness, Haggerty, which is the first curriculum that Bellevue adopted. And this is a auditory only presentation. And this is like a 10-minute drill that the teachers do at the beginning of class to tune the students' ears. The next big component was teacher training. And it has been amazing where you have had over 240 of the elementary teachers in the past 2 years have been trained on letters. This is a huge commitment on the district's part, a huge commitment on the teacher's part, and as an advocate, I cannot tell you how exciting it was when I found out that they've supported letters. You also have another cohort of roughly 80 teachers who, after an entire full year, they signed up for year 2. So after that, the next big challenge has been, as you have teacher training taken care of, what do we have for a phonics curriculum? Where is that foundational skills? Because phonemic awareness is only one component. Last year, the district approved as a pilot UFly Foundations, and some classes have been getting this last year. So, Ashley, can you come here? So Ashley's very familiar with UFly because her tutor also uses it. So Ashley, do you want to show them and explain what this is?
This is called a roll and read, where you like roll a dice and then you have to read the board.
Okay. So this is the UFly manual. It's $70. And then all the rest of the materials, all the consumables are available online. So anybody can go on and download the roll and read activity. There's PowerPoints that the teachers use. And then there's also, do you have your story, Ash?
No.
There are short stories like this. And what's interesting about this, if you notice, there's no picture. So rather than using the picture as cueing to have the student encouraging guessing, they remove the picture, they have the students read, and then at the end, they get to use their own imagination and draw the picture. Do you want to read it? And this would be a first grade type of activity.
I see a pig. The pig is in its pen. I see a cat. The cat is on the bed.
Okay. Perfect. So, like I said, this is a big, huge ship. 3 years ago, I was not around at all. I was taking care of my kids. I did not show up. Kelly didn't know who I was, and he doesn't know this, but I have a letter from 3 years ago that I pulled out, And I'm going to give a copy of you guys tonight. And I'd like to read the end of that letter real quick to you. You are in a unique position to make a difference that will affect this year's cohort of students, as well as establishing systems and procedures that will last for years. But most importantly, you have the opportunity to address how shame and frustration that come with dyslexia and literacy learning difficulties. How will you respond to this unique opportunity? I know you and your colleagues are up to the challenge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to all the commenters. And now we're going on to, those need to go through Monica.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, yeah. Now we're on to the annual plan, and we have a communications progress report related to elements of the annual plan.
Okay, great. I'm going to turn it over to Janine, but I'll just start by saying that the first time I met Janine was we were in the middle of COVID. We were trying to bring kids back, and Janine and I we met each other in the Phantom Lake cafeteria, and she was coming in to basically rescue us. I mean, communications was in a pretty tough place at that time, and they had brought Janine in, and so it's just floors me to think of how far we've come in communications from that day. I mean, she came in and she was helping us out, and then she got hired as the chief, and then now she has just been transforming this the way we do communications, and I couldn't be more proud of her and of her team. And so I'm going to try and turn it over to Janine, and they're going to give us just some updates on where communications is right now in Bellevue. You might have to push a button or something.
Awesome. Hello. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Yarmaki. And board and community, we're going to give you an update on what has been happening in communication. We simply tell the stories of staff, students, and the community. Next slide. But more importantly, we handle public information, and it's our job to tell the story of the news, of the story of the district in newsletters and direct messages. We interface with the media for public relations and branding. We also handle and communicate all of our messages on digital media, websites, social media, and marketing. And then newly formed our partnerships, communication engagement with community partners. So those are the key areas that are our thrust in communications. Next slide, please. And this is the team to my immediate right on the screen and in person. Megan Clute is our assistant director, and she will be talking to you in a moment. And then to my immediate right of her is Gargi Trishel, and she is the newly created position for communication engagement and marketing. And then on the screen, we have Brock Molman and Zoe Zarkadis, who are both website content managers, and Gail Nelson, who is our senior secretary. And so this is the team who leads those bodies of work under their title in conjunction with the community. Next slide. And so we kind of adopted this motto from Sammamish. Shout out to Sammamish. Never hit, hustle hit, never quit. That's kind of our motto going forward. So thanks Sammamish for bringing that forward. Next slide. So you have our report online. There was the audit conducted by the National School Public Relations Association during that time. They, the leadership commissions in 2020 for the report for audit on the department. And the report is very lengthy, but these are the highlights of that report. Each one of those checks symbolizes some progress that we've made in that particular line item. However, within that report, we have, or I developed a 30, 60, 90, and year out plan
project management plan based on each of those points. So progress on each of those points have been made, but for the sake of this report, we're going to concentrate on enhancing communication to better serve families
in the margins. Next slide, please. And so this is our progress for excellence in communication as you know, commissioned by our superintendent. And before I move on, I'll say, so from that report from INSPIR in 2020, I was brought on with 5 consultants from PSESD to make some changes. At that time, we replaced 3 other employees, and we came in to start going down that checklist that I just showed you. As a result, we developed a strategic plan for communications that was based on the communication of the strategic plan at that time. And we're excited that we have a new strategic plan, and we will be adopting a new set of plans, communication plans based off of our new strategic plan. So we're just really excited about this new phase of communication that we're entering, because it's not just this team, even though we lead the work, it's all of my colleagues, administrators, and particularly school and district communicators. We just started a new initiative where we're partnering with a communications representative in each school to make sure that they can help us do updates on the website, but also share information with us so we can put it into those mediums that I showed you on the first screen. So thank you. Next slide. And so this is it. These are what the district, school and district communicators will do. They'll help us sustain our website. They'll help us create, and we also are creating marketing strategies with school leaders at each school. And we're just building a really strong internal communication channel and new websites. That's what the crocodile says. Next slide. And I'll turn it over to Megan Klug.
All right, let me get this position. Okay, one of the things that we learned in the NSPR audit was that our families and our staff found that the messages that we put out varied in quality, they varied in timing, and were sometimes inconsistent. So a couple ways that we have really worked over the past few years to improve that are starting out establishing communication standards. So what that means is that we've provided the best practices for communication based on our knowledge as practitioners and the knowledge from the audit. So we've provided staff with message templates for things like newsletters, emails, web posts. We've created consistent schedules to streamline and create an expectation for when families will receive information. And we've built repositories for information. So if you look on the right, you'll see an example of what we provided to building leaders for newsletter templates. So as you can see, it's consistent components for each, as well as proposed layouts and things that they can use to help align with the district brand and get out the clear, concise, accurate information. Another thing we spent time on is enhancing our language access in our communication. So we've worked on simplifying our wording in our communications, making it easier to understand, easier to translate, so that way when our families receive it, it can be in a way they understand. We've also, using our mass communication tool, we've gone from 3 language translations to 27. Beyond that, in our new website, we will be up to 115 languages on our website. We've also worked with the language access team to ensure that we're using language access statements and prominently putting links to translations of our documents throughout our communication. Another really big push that we've made is creating strategic marketing and communication plans. So we've consulted with schools and departments and programs to really learn what their communication goals are, who are their audiences, what what outcomes are they hoping to get? What are the key messages that we need to share with them? And as communication professionals, we use the model of research, plan, implement, and evaluate. So that helps us ensure that we're really making data-informed decisions and monitoring them throughout so we can use that in future messaging. Next slide, please. So some of the other things we learned in the audit were in relation to staff, and we have some big work coming up in that field. So we heard from staff that they often found that they weren't in the loop with communication, or the last to know in getting information, making it difficult to then support families. So one of the things that we really want to do is build a culture of communication across the district. Some of the ways we've started on that is by creating shared spaces where we can collaborate. So that's using teams where we can project manage together. We can have transparent planning processes. We can manage active incidents. So that's creating one place with all the right people to get the information in one place and get accurate information before it gets to families. And then we really want to empower people to use these tools to be able to, again, serve our community. Another big push that we're working to do is modernizing our staff portal. So we will be using it as an intranet and a hub for staff communication. So so from the audit, we learned that we do need to be able to share information with staff in one place. So what we're going to do is be creating an intranet that's not like the intranets of 10, 20 years ago. It's not just a file repository where people will go seeking files and resources in that way. It's really a dynamic tool where we can share important news and resources. And not only does the information exist in that space, but we're able to push it to people. We're able to send via email. We're able to send via notifications. People will be able to follow the information, really customizing their experience to meet them where they are with how they wish to receive district information. An example of how we've begun this work is with our communication SharePoint. So we have all of our templates and resources there. And then also this past year, we've built the superintendent's SharePoint where Dr. Aramaki is able to share his messages with staff and then with one click send an email to the staff so they receive the push message that way. And we found some success with that with just in this last year with an average of 1,400 views per post. And we see this as promising for the future because this will be a really powerful tool once people can see it and really get in it and be able to get their information. So I'm going to pass it over to Gargi.
So communication goes beyond the written word, and it's a relational experience. So over the last several years, we've established a partnership group with the sole focus on aligning our communications with our partners. We recognize that our partners have unique access to our families, and through that collaboration, we can reshare and amplify our district messages. This amplification allows communities to become better informed, especially communities where traditional communication channels may not reach them. So, for example, one of our partners is the International Community Health Services Group, and they run the health center at Highland. And we partner with them on a regular basis to make sure that families know that immunization clinics, athletic physicals, and wellness exams are available for all district students, regardless of insurance status. So working with them, we make sure that we share that information and that they in turn share information about district going-ons and happenings to those who come to the health center. So symbiotic relationship. These partnerships allow us to grow, furthermore, our district brand. Our relationship-driven approach has laid the foundation for greater engagement and marketing partnerships. Our relationship with the City of Bellevue allows us to take part every summer in their Movies in the Park and to connect with our community in person. We've had principals, administrators, staff across the district who attend these events with us, and they really have a wonderful time reaching out and connecting with our community. We've attended farmers markets with our friends from Rainier Athletes, city events through the district's diversity network, Bellevue Art Museum events, Youth Link programs. We support LifeSpring programs at the Hub and Jubilee Reach through their service days and site programs. So we are there in person with our marketing material, wearing our BSD hats, bringing all our administrators and principals to these events in order to be a part of the community where we educate our children. These relationships connect us to current and to future prospective families, and frankly, our partners make us look good. So since the district has experienced some enrollment shortages, there's been a lot of chatter out there about marketing. And honestly, public school districts are not used to marketing themselves. This is a big jump for us. And I have to say, in looking at our peer districts, we're a little bit ahead of the curve. So behind the scenes, we've been developing relationships with lead aggregators to understand what the district's reach is. We've been taking this as a first step in brand marketing and understanding what is our baseline. For example, we've worked with an organization called Niche. Many of you have known their presence on the websites. And we worked with them to clean up all the information about each of our schools and our districts. And we've been tracking for the last 2 years the viewership on their site. Nearly 1,200 unique views for our district have taken place on Niche this year, which is 500 more views year over year. So this gives us a baseline to start from. We have created some print collateral, which I think everyone except Dr. Armaki has a copy of. Oh, he did. And we created this last summer as a way to share out a district marketing page, which we set up on our current site. And there's QR codes on the back of these materials that allow families to learn more about the district. And this homepage that we created on the current site is a beta to the homepage that you're going to get to see in a little bit. So we've also executed several successful small-scale digital marketing campaigns. We've done it for Bellevue Digital Discovery and hiring campaigns for nutrition services and transportation services. So this last fall, our transportation campaign allowed the transportation department to hire new drivers long before our neighboring districts were able to eliminate some of their transportation route shortages. So the last thing I wanted to highlight was that this past year we worked with Nuvi at the movies. And this was done to target ads in local area zip codes for parents with certain markets. Over the course of the 2-month campaign that we ran, we had 300,000 impressions about the Bellevue School District, which were then supplemented with digital crawler ads to all those who went to the movies. So these strategies have allowed us to determine what is effective, what is our reach, what is our yield, and to adjust for process improvements going forward. We're creating templates for how we can market schools and programs and work collaboratively with our school leaders and our families to establish practices for what comes next. So what does come next? Engagement with schools to create opportunities for sharing their uniqueness through visit days, enrollment, and individualized marketing targets. Oh, next slide.
Next slide after that. Thank you. Okay, social media. We've done a lot to align our social media. In the report, it talked a lot about the need to engage. And so one of the first things that we did strategically, in the top right corner, you'll see that we added a crawler RSS feed to social media. And you can see the likes and the engagement from social media from our website. But we also threaded this through the newsletter. And you can see from on the left, that's BSD News and Events. So we've got clickable buttons to all of our social media channels. And then we have the stories there for those that just don't want to click. And then at the bottom, we've even added it to our leadership news. So this was a way that we really wanted to strategically, thread social media through and increase engagement based on the feedback that we got from the INSPIR report. Zoe Zarkadis was formerly our social media specialist, now our web content manager, but these are her images and her engagement in the community. So I'm just reflecting that here in her absence. Next slide. And so again, combating the report, the critical critique in that report on our social media. I just wanted to show you some of the top engagements. People really resonate when they feel like they're being seen and heard. So from cultural acknowledgments, the beginning of spring, you can see all of these posts are over 100, managed by Zoe at the time, are all over 100 likes or loves and comments in the section. And it's just a way that we can, again, just affirm our staff and students and tell the stories of our school district. Next slide. And so now we're heading into the history of our website because we're going to launch a new website. Again, we've done a lot of this work in conjunction with our school community, our building leaders, and this takes you through the years from 2003 to 2015 to our current day. You know what the website looks back, but this is kind of a flashback, if you will, and a setup to what's to come. I just need to acknowledge Bettina Leon, who is our project manager, going into the new sites. And then Megan has picked up in her stead and will take you through the demo for the new sites.
All right. Welcome to the new Bellevue School District website. So I'm going to take you on a quick tour, but one thing I just want to acknowledge up front is that everything you see on this website and our school websites was informed by community feedback and data. So as we go through that, just keep that in mind that this came from what our community has asked for. So starting up at the top, we know that people navigate our website in different ways. So we have enabled people to access information by audience, by keywords, and by topics. So starting with our students, families, and staff menus, these are the top topics, the top pieces of information that these users expressed was important to them. If we continue on to our search with the magnifying glass, this is where you can type in keywords. You can to search the district website, and if you're at a school website, you can search the school website. You can access some of those most popular topics, and you can search the staff directory. So we want to close out of that. Also, we already mentioned this, but we now have 115 translated languages on our websites. And then if we go over a little bit more, we have our list of schools, as well as a call to action for enrollment information for those who may be new to the district. We close out of that, we'll see our main navigation or our hamburger menu, where if you scroll along the left, this is how you can get information by topic. And this is how the site is structured. So if we close out of there, and soon you'll all be able to access these and really get into it. Our news and events, we now have a different format for our news feed. So on the left are the news posts. If you click on the social, button, you will see our Instagram feed if it loads. I think we must be having trouble with the connection.
We're still in beta, everybody.
Yeah, we're still in a test environment, so don't forget that. And then you can see all of our other accounts that you can follow. And then if we go over to, this is a short list of our calendar that's located just in this menu, but if you click the button, if we click the view calendar button, we'll get the full calendar where you can learn how to subscribe. You can learn how to filter the calendars based on the things that you're looking for. Again, you can use keywords. And then if you go through these tabs, you'll get, again, the full calendar. You have a short list of events, printable calendars provided by HR, cultural calendar, and the community use calendar. So if we go back to the home page, we want to talk a little bit about the new visual look of the website, pretty different from our last iteration. So we really wanted to use this as a way to market the district. It's not just for current families, although we have a ton of critical information, but we want to tell the story. We want to tell our mission, our vision, and priorities, and also show the district, show our community. And then if we scroll a little bit further, we'll get to some of the things that make Bellevue unique. So if we click through these menus, you'll see some of the areas we identified as being really exciting and innovative at the district. If you scroll down a little bit more, we'll hear from our community. We'll hear from our staff, community, and our families. And then if we go a little bit farther, we'll get some quick facts. So these are stats about the district, things that we found would be interesting to people visiting our site, whether it's current or prospective families. And then at the very bottom, we have some calls to action. Learn how to contact us, enroll, learn how to find jobs, as well as our important policies like a land acknowledgement, discrimination policy, accessibility and language access policies, and more. So I'm going to pass it back over to Janine. We'll show you a school site.
And so just to close it out, all of the school sites, what we heard again from the audit and then from all of the focus groups from our community is that parents wanted to be able to go to our sites and have a similar experience. So all of the sites, even though the layout and the blueprint are the same, the content on the sites are uniquely different. So you'll see Sherwood Forest kind of looks a little bit like, another middle school or elementary school, but it's uniquely different. The branding is the same. And so when a parent comes to the site, and speaking as a parent, this is a big up, is to be able to scroll and hit any of those buttons there. Those are the important buttons, the things that parents wanted to see and be able to get to in one click. And then if you scroll down, you'll see the mission and the vision. Again, the layout is similar to the district as all the other sites, but then you get to see what's unique about Sherwood. And so we worked with the school administrators to make sure that we had what they wanted and what represented their school. So as you can see, for example, for Sherwood Forest, you see all these unique things that they've given us, working with the principal and the assistant principal and the school and district communicators, quite frankly. So then we can stroll on down. Again, they have stories that they've given us that we're sharing on the site. You can see and hear about all of the exceptional things that Sherwood and all of our schools are doing. And then again, in the format, you will see that same footer, right, across all of our schools. So it gives a real consistent look and feel. So that's really it. That's the end of our report. And I just have to thank all of our school and district communicators, our website content managers, and our website migration committee for all of the work that they have helped us do, and with the support of my colleagues and Dr. Aramaki. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now I think we'll have a little discussion. I'm going to do my thing with the die. 6 is nobody. Sorry. 3. Okay. That's how we get started.
It's fun. It's like being a part of a game show.
Not really.
Thank you. Wow. I took so many notes and I don't want to take a ton of time. I just have to say that that history slide from 2003 till present and what you just shared was such an indication of your hard work. And I want to just really call out, you listened deeply to the community, clearly, to see all of that, those findings come to be in this new website. And the ease of accessibility is phenomenal. I love that your focus was enhanced communication to better serve families in the margins. That just, I think, speaks to our values so deeply. It came up beautifully throughout the thread of your presentation. The school partners in each school makes just a ton of sense. So thank you for that. 115 languages. Mic drop. Thank you. I'm a little bit in awe of the work that you've put into this project for your annual plan report. Thank you very much. Super thorough.
Sorry, Director Webster. Yeah.
So as I do have a couple of questions, but as I'm going through my notes here, I just want to start by saying thank you, Janine. Thank you to the communications team for all that you all have just contributed to improving our communications department across the board. I've been around for a long time. I'm an old person, old parent, been here for a while, and I've just seen the evolution of communications and just how helpful you all have been in communicating information to the families and also internally as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge that this was a massive undertaking with an unlimited budget, right? And so it forces you to get creative, and you all have done just that. So I just want to acknowledge that first. One of the questions that I had, also really, really love the superintendent section, the blogging, the internal blogging from Dr. Aramaki. I think it's a really great personal touch between the superintendent and a way to connect with staff. And so I just really, really like that. Sorry, I just have so many things here. So I'm wondering about the success rates of the various pathways of communications that we're exploring specifically. And I don't know if this falls under another department or not, but I'm wondering when we receive students into our school district on the paperwork, is there a section that says how they heard about our schools? I'm wondering if this might be an opportunity to find out what specific communications pathways were used that our families externally are using, and maybe think about ways that we can funnel more energy and time or advertisement into that area, much like kind of the movie theater idea that you all brought up and kind of the, 300,000 impressions that you got from that. So just wondering if there's opportunity there to see if that's how well that's working and how effective that's been. And then the other thing that I did want to know about the exact timeline for the launching of the website, which I don't know if we heard. So those were the two questions that I have. Thank you.
Okay, Director Ars.
Well, I just want to applaud you earlier, so I'll do that first. It's a tremendous amount of work you guys have put together and achieved. I think about the 115 languages also, and how, yeah, that's just awesome. With all the great things you've achieved, there are a couple of things I wondered, as this is one of the things as mentoring robotics, our students are always asked to document. If they're engineers, is your engineering book documented clear so they can see exactly how you got to where you are, as well as if you're part of the business team, where's your business plan? And I wonder, with all of your great achievements, if you have documented all the way and how you got there so that you could share it with other school districts, or for that matter, your predecessors, those who have come behind you, so they know how you got to where you are. And so we don't lose this great bank of wealth of information you have gathered and executed. And if you haven't, please do. And I did ask, I think as we were talking about communication last year, about if there will be a space for board policies that we're working on, how our community could see the policies that's up and coming, and that they could engage if they have comments that they could share with us, so that we're being transparent with a larger community. And I'm curious to know if that, because I can't access the new version yet, if that's being incorporated. And as well as, I think one of the points I tried to make on Monday was, I think a lot of this is very high tech, which is great. It really reaches beyond our school district and the larger community, the global community, and it's obviously there are many of our community members who come here for this from all around the world. But one of the things I think about, and I'm going to the low tech that I brought up on Monday, is our local community who are no longer parents in our district, but they're still part of our community. How do we engage them so they're up to date, so that they know all the celebrations that we have, all the great things that we added, without having to dig through or go to our website, because they're not going to do that. But they will read the reader board. They will read the yard sign, because I still get the question of, what about that little school enclosure? And that's based upon the yard signs. And so I wonder, knowing that we have this vast spectrum of consumers, everyone from who are up to date in the latest social media and high tech, to those who do not want to even bother that, they still want the newspaper. How are we making sure that we're engaging the entire community? Because the positive word of mouth, especially from those, community members who like to talk a lot, we want them to talk a lot positively on the latest things. And I'm curious to know how we're reaching that, in that specific sector of our community, because they are part of our district as well. Because I think they kind of need the in your face tactic. Besides that, thank you. This is my biggest thing I want to share.
Director Block?
Yeah, I want to echo the comments before. It's clear from the review that was done that you guys have taken that feedback to heart and made a lot of progress on a lot of different areas, an impressive number of areas. And I feel like this is very much a work in progress. Seeing the draft website, it kind of emphasizes that. I look forward to seeing that. That's an exciting piece. I also want to recognize that something that's been happening for the last year or so has been the tremendous partnership with the gentleman on my left here. Having the superintendent as a clear partner in your communications and outreach strategy, I think has been a real benefit to the whole district and has helped get the message out there and clearly show that it's coming from the superintendent, the leader of the district. A few specific comments. One, I'm a big fan of push communications. It's great to see those come through when they're important activities or events or things that you can participate in. I think that that's a newer tool that's really, I like seeing the RSS feed for calendars. I could get overwhelmed with a calendar that's district-wide, but I think that having some of those tools available and training people to use them is very helpful. I like the idea of telling stories. It's not all about snippets and factoids. And that's a piece that I think we can do a little more to continue to develop, is the storytelling side. The literacy discussion that happened during the public comment is a good example of storytelling and how do we help those students get through. I'm very sensitive to the comment about, hey, even though I'm faculty, I feel like I'm the last to know. I think that's intrinsic to the pace of decision making in bureaucracies. Often there's a draft and a preliminary report and it's debated and then it might be presented here and then it goes on to a website. And so sometimes people are like, oh, why am I the last one to know? It's because it takes a long time for those documents to mature sometimes. So I understand that. I also understand there's kind of a reason behind that. I like seeing the kind of top-down branding strategy, but I do want to recognize that we want to maintain some flexibility for our individual schools to promote their individual identities. It's also that we're entering an interesting time where our schools may start competing some against each other for students as they promote their individualized programs. I'm a huge fan as when we talk about recruitment and marketing of schools. Enrollment is something that Dr. Aramaki knows that I've been promoting as one of the things that we need to focus on and make sure that we're doing. I'm a big fan of visit days and open houses. I think that that is an essential tool. No number of pictures of the outside of buildings can tell you what it's like to go through there, see a classroom, talk to a single teacher or administrator or fellow parents who have students there. That sort of personal communication is extremely valuable and a key way to get things out there. Got two final comments. One is it's great to make some space for what I'll call organic communication, ways for students and families to promote stories back to you, recognizing that sitting in our ivory tower, sometimes we don't see all the cool things that are happening, and making sure that there's a receptor out there to receive those stories and promote them when you learn about them. The other is something that I just want to acknowledge. Our land acknowledgement continues to have a flaw, and I've talked with Mr. Harrison some about this. The Muckleshoot Indian tribe has tribal rights to this jurisdiction, this area, and they continue to not be recognized in our tribal acknowledgement. And I think we need to make sure as we roll out a new website that we get that piece right. Thank you.
Okay, and now it's my turn. I feel like this is kind of scattershot because I'm all over the place here. But let me try to start with some, I love that you were willing to share the audit with us. I love it when you keep it real. And even though there were things that were pointed out, you were willing to share those and how you're working on those. That's great. I also like that template that you just showed for the principal newsletter to make them more consistent, because that seems like really meaningful. Your work on the updated website, the language translation stuff, I continue to just be awed by. But I will tell you about experience I had recently. I realized somebody said, oh, you know, there's some pretty good videos out on like Instagram or something. And I'm like, wait a second. I follow the district on Instagram. I follow the district on Facebook. I follow the district on Twitter. I follow, and the algorithm never shows me your stuff. And it's like the only reason I'm on social media anymore. I get all this clutter, this frustrating clutter, but I'm not seeing. So I watched a bunch of the videos. I thought, well, those are really much nicer than I thought they might be. You know, some of those are really fun. So that's a problem. And I think it's not like something that you're doing. I think it's just, you know, my Facebook is literally useless. It shows me all kinds of garbage. And then, well, it's true. And so I think that's just a known problem with the algorithm. So I am starting to think again, okay, so I feel like for me, some of the goals that I would have for you would be getting the staff on the same page with stuff, which you're working on, getting the parents to know what they need to know, and you're working on that, and students knowing what they need to know, and a positive view out there in the community to the extent they can see it from the algorithms. But the one thing that I think some of my colleagues were talking about is this new hat, the marketing hat that's new. It's not public relations anymore. It's marketing, so that for the enrollment. And I'm thinking with those videos and some of these other things, 1,300, 1,200 is big, but it's not huge for that purpose. I'd rather see like 30,000 with the movie theater. That was a great thing. But I'm wondering about, old school, really old school. Like I think my colleague Jane was saying, she has acquaintances that are Korean speakers that didn't know about the Korean opportunity. And I'm just thinking minimal word yard signs, Korean, and then say it again in Korean, and then say BSD405.org. You could put a QR code, but I'm not hanging out the window with my phone to try to get the QR code. But like Sherwood Forest, they said, oh, we're working on yard signs, but I wanted them to put their marketing hat, because you put STEAM on that sign, everybody says that. I don't care. You put weekly computer science for elementary kids, that's too many words, but computer science, and then Stevenson Elementary, BSD405.org. I can see that website as I'm driving by. I just feel like the algorithms, the social media, it's necessary but not sufficient. So you guys will know better than I do, but big use of the reader boards, yard signs. I was thinking about bumper stickers, but lots of Bellevue people don't like bumper stickers. But I thought if we could just show that all your neighbors are in the schools, so that, and I was also a few little trivial things. I'd love it if we started to see departmental annual plans the way we see SIPs. I would love that. And then can we be on the crisis communication as the board? Like, can we be communicated to in a crisis? And then are we going to be updating the priorities that are shown on the website given the new strat plan? Because those seem like some of the older ones. But those are just minor things. And I will say, I do miss the old website. What I loved about it way back when is that, you may not know this, there was a big controversy about the curriculum web, which was a thing. But as a parent, I loved being able to go in there and find every 6th grade math unit down to what the lessons would be. Oh man, I love that. But I may have been alone. Okay, that's enough for me for now. But thank you. Now, does discussion need another whip around, or can we be done with this one? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll say thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We will follow up on some of the questions about the more traditional ways and things like that. I do get a lot of alligator eating animal videos on my feed.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. So that we can follow up on that too, like what the
Mine
algorithms are for
went
that.
into Irish folk singers. I don't know why.
I can answer one question. June the 26th is the day that we will launch.
As long as we can still find board docs. Okay, so now we are at board business. We're a little behind schedule. No, we're not. We are a little behind schedule, and we're gonna go through the sustainability plan. That's the next plan here.
Yeah,
Okay.
communications was the warm up.
Yeah.
All right, who are we turning it over to? Is it Eva or Melissa?
Well, Jesse, please start the deck. Okay, Dr. Aramaki, we didn't know if you wanted to say any opening comments at all.
No, that's okay. Given the time, why don't you just kick it off? Thank you.
Okay. So Eva and I are very grateful for everybody who participated in the sustainability committee. It was amazing to have so many students at each of our meetings. And in fact, we got new students at every meeting, including students that didn't even attend our schools and were from Issaquah School District and some of the private schools in the area. So everybody's involvement was very, very appreciated. We're going to start, go ahead to the next slide. We're going to start with having each of the students introduce themselves, and then we will move on to the presentation. Eva, do you want to say anything before we begin?
Just super proud. So proud. Okay, so just, you have to get close to the mic.
All right.
And then just.
Okay. I'm Dia. I'm a sophomore at Interlake High School.
My name is Phoebe, and I'm a freshman at Interlake High School.
My name is Yash, and I'm a sophomore at Bellevue High.
Hi, my name is William, and I'm a senior at Bellevue High School.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I'm a junior at International.
Hello, my name is Vanya, and I'm a sophomore at Interlake.
My name is Isaac Cho, and I'm a junior at Bellevue High.
My name is Ariana Ortiz de Lazaro, and I'm a junior at Bellevue High.
My name's Felipe, and I'm a sophomore at Bellevue High.
My name is Randy Litzenberger. I teach social studies at Bellevue High, or if you prefer, super senior.
And then before we get started, we would like everybody who's here that was on the Sustainability Committee to please stand up. And thank you for attending. Go ahead, next slide, and we'll get started.
Okay, so I'm going to start with an overview of the 4 pillars identified in the BSD Sustainability Policy 6811. As a side note, we did combine pillars 3 and 4, so we had a total of 3 work groups developing the vision, goals, metrics, and timeline that you will see in our plan. Each pillar made equally important contributions in their respective focuses, which I would like to go ahead and summarize. Pillar 1, named District Resources, aims to ensure that in the future, BSD makes the most sustainable choices possible in how we manage our nutrition services, technology, buildings, infrastructure, and facilities, and transportation. Pillar 2, named Environmental Safety, prioritizes the physical well-being of all BSD students and staff in light of existing and anticipated climate impacts. They aim to improve and consolidate current plans, to implement staff and student response training, and to repurpose district spaces that are no longer in use. Finally, pillars 3 and 4, respectively titled Collective Understanding and Student Voice, aim to empower students in the realm of sustainability on the classroom, district, and school level. Pillar 3 hones in on the curriculum and instructional-based aspect, while Pillar 4 looks at extracurricular and community service opportunities. As you can see, all the pillars tie into each other and work together towards making our district more environmentally friendly. Next, we will look at who was on our committee.
We had more than 50 people involved throughout the year. Our committee is comprised of students, parents, staff, and school board members. Despite our different backgrounds and levels of experience, we all have a common passion for the environment, a commitment to advocacy, and most importantly, a strong desire to make a difference. Throughout the year, student-led groups were created by committee members with the aim to advance in specific areas of the committee's larger focus. The purpose of having student leaders is to build a sense of agency where our input and active participation helps direct BSD environmentally related policies.
So one example of student-led groups made by people in the committee is the Green Collective, which I personally am a part of, and so is Isaac over there. And the Green Collective is basically just an organization focused on educating elementary and middle schoolers about various different sustainability topics such as green technology, waste management, energy consumption, weather, climate education. That sounds kind of complicated, but we just kind of go into elementary schools, into classrooms and assemblies and teach elementary schoolers about sustainability. So we've gone to Jingmei, Bennett, Newport Heights, schools like that. And on top of like the student-led groups, we're also like really fortunate to have some of our very own teachers on our committee as well. Their enthusiasm and innovative ideas are invaluable to us students as we strive to create lasting change. My own AP US history teacher, Mr. Litzenberger, who's sitting down there, was partially the facilitator for Pillar 3 and 4. He was one of the many catalysts for our continued success as a committee. So shout out in general to all the teachers who were able to help contribute to the committee.
Next slide, please. Great, so I'm going to begin with district resources. Firstly, on behalf of now thousands of students, staff, stakeholders in our city of Bellevue, I'd like to really express our gratitude for your support in advancing sustainability over the past couple of years. Your commitment to the district has allowed us to be truly cutting edge in what we do. And in Washington State, the Bellevue School District is the standard around sustainability. However, collectively, we're still in the beginning laps of the sustainability marathon. This is a race that we are committing to run for the foreseeable future. I'm here today to re-emphasize the importance of district resources and provide a glimpse into what is possible into the future. Why does this really matter? Not only is it fundamentally the right thing to do, but when people see the Bellevue School District, when people think of the Bellevue School District, they see buildings like the Net Zero Puesta del Sol Elementary School, These buildings, bonds, technology, among other things, all of these have an outsized impact on the district's reputation. And as a leader in sustainability that others look towards, we have a responsibility to lead by example. One of the 3 new priorities of the district is to be agents of change and create collective impact for people and planet. District resources can be the genesis behind this. So where can we go from here? Obviously, students like us, we need a policy, a vision, which Policy 6811 does a great job of doing. The school district can also have state and federal support. The same thing for us students, but from the school district's perspective. And together, we can make very meaningful change. It's very obvious and clear that the district has an amazing plan. But in addition to this, I just want to bring your attention to a couple of state and federal resources. First, the United States EPA has increased funding for procurement in Washington and Oregon within the education sector. About $1 million are going to this in the next couple of years. Next, Representative Tana San, who came to our Bellevue High School Town Hall for School Sustainability meeting, has passed House Bill 1318 in Washington, which plans to electrify 10,000 school buses. This is huge for our district and plans going forward. As a student who joined the Bellevue School District 4 years ago in 2020, I've seen firsthand the progress that we've made. But when I return for my sister's graduation in 4 years, I hope and believe that the Bellevue School District will have made meaningful changes for the better. Thank you very much.
Hi. It's my honor and my great pleasure to be standing before you today expressing my pure excitement and gratitude for the sustainability plan that the Bellevue School District students, staff, and community members have collaborated on these past months. I specifically will be speaking to the second pillar of this plan, environmental.
Next slide, please.
Okay. As a student and one who is personally involved and enthusiastic about climate activism and real change regarding the climate crisis facing us all, the BSD Sustainability Plan represents a future of an eco-conscious, intentional, cooperative, and student-centered district that I am overjoyed to be a part of. But with all the progressive and optimistic proposals and actions that the plan brings to the table, there comes the less sparkly yet crucial measures that to me, and I hope to you, are worth getting excited over. The environmental safety portion of the sustainability plan in a way wrote itself. Many of the extreme weather responses, indoor-outdoor recess options, and the need to enhance air filtration systems, to name a few, are already in use, and it was just a matter of translating those actions into the context of sustainability and the response to the climate crisis. But that does not mean that there isn't anything new. One thing I am particularly interested in with the Pillar 2 plan is the prospect of establishing school buildings as climate relief centers, with adequate resources to do so. Pillar 2 exists to keep BSD students, staff, and faculty safe in our world, which is increasingly threatened by the climate crisis. Without the plans that Pillar 2 puts into place, the BSD remains vulnerable to the unpredictable nature of the environment during a time of crisis. But the guidelines and expectations laid out in this pillar establish a foundation upon which innovation, exploration, and resilience can thrive. The BSD is pursuing a plan of not only sustainability, but of enhanced student and staff safety in the context of a global crisis. Concrete goals, but more importantly, follow through, is how we get things that we care about done. I am so proud to be a part of a district and a collective that empowers us as students to make change in meaningful ways. And I cannot wait to see our sustainability plan manifest. Our work group was the smallest of the 3, with 5 solid members. But with that small group came loads of knowledge and expertise that was thoroughly incorporated into Pillar 2's goals and guidelines. Pillar 2 staff members, Jeff Lowell and Ginger Bonnell, supplied invaluable insight into the intricacies, pre-existing resources, and the function of a sustainability plan from a staff perspective. Collaborating with them has been amazing, and I had to take a moment to thank them. I hope I have given you all a better understanding of what Pillar 2 is and what it represents. Thank you so much for listening to me, for giving sustainability a platform, and for being so willing to have such significant changes made in the Bellevue School District.
Next slide, please. Okay, so now we look at pillars 3 and 4, collective understanding and student voice. Pillars 3 and 4 focus on helping students understand and demonstrate the importance of minimizing their environmental footprint. We want the students to gain firsthand experience and knowledge about how they can contribute to their communities in a sustainable way, so we want to incorporate diverse teaching methods.
We want to include environmental education as part of the formal education system and also encourage learning through hands-on project-based activities through green teams and other clubs and extracurriculars that students are a part of. This will equip our students with skills to act and ensure that their voice helps shape a sustainable future.
Hello, I will be speaking about my personal experience with the sustainability policy. I first read the policy 6811 for the first time in the summer of 2023. And what really caught my eye was student voice, or Pillar 4, where they said that they would support any student-led sustainability activities, projects, or initiatives. And so that led me and Yash and a couple of our friends to create the Green Collective up there. And what we do is we want to teach younger kids about different sustainability topics. And now 6 months after our creation, we have been working towards the implementation plans in Pillar 3. First, we have supported classroom goals. We have taught and educated over 600 3rd through 5th graders in the district these past 6 months. Broader school goals. We have started a green team at Bennett Elementary School specifically, and we have been meeting weekly for the past 2 months or so. And just the interest from the students, the administration, the parents, it just shows how much lengths we've gone as a district. And now next year, we just want to partner with more schools, expand our reach, and just accelerate the implementation plan in general.
Adding on, students can contribute by participating in eco-friendly initiatives like recycling programs, reducing energy consumption, organizing awareness campaigns, and advocating for sustainable policies. Their voices can make a significant impact in driving positive change towards a more sustainable future. And encouraging student involvement in sustainability not only benefits the environment, but also helps students develop a sense of responsibility, leadership skills, and a deeper understanding of environmental issues. It's a great way for students in creating a greener and more sustainable world for all of us, which is why I feel that the ideas mentioned in Pillar 3 and 4, which come to being curriculum and instruction in the classroom goals and the school plan, would fit into accomplishing all of these things. It also relates to the district goal in some ways, because students are able to be more involved in internships relating to this, as well as learning and getting educated on more of this topic of sustainability and what it means throughout not just our district, but around the world and how it affects us. Thank you.
Next slide, please. This policy should not be the end of the district's sustainability efforts. Our commitment to the environment shapes not only our district's legacy, but also the world future generations will inherit. The proposed next steps include the establishment of Sustainability Committee for the 2024-2025 school year and beyond. This committee will be tasked with monitoring progress with key metrics and baselines, reporting to the board and community, and modifying our sustainability plan as needed. It is vital that this committee, just like the one that formulated this plan, has student voice and members of diverse backgrounds and roles in the community. Second, setting up a sustainability portal to showcase our efforts and integrate with a student reporting mechanism. This will serve as a networking hub, highlighting opportunities for students and community members to engage in their own sustainability journeys. And where necessary, establish work plans to support the achievements of our sustainability goals in individual schools, incorporating the goals of this policy. With these future actions, all stakeholders in the community will be able to work towards the common goals laid out by the policy. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And to close here, before we take the comments from the board and the questions, a brief story. And this one is one that I suggested that we consider. And I asked to do so because I think it speaks to a lot of what we've heard here from this small band of students and volunteers from staff to take their time. This is Kinti the hummingbird, a Szechuan story. One day a fire broke out in the jungle. All the animals ran out of the jungle fearing for their lives. Suddenly the jaguar saw a little hummingbird head, Quinty. Jaguar asked him what he was doing, and the Quinty said, "I'm flying to the lake and getting water to help put out the fire." The jaguar laughed at him and said, "You're crazy, you can't put out this fire." Quinty replied, "At least I'm doing my part." So what's our part? I think being in the Bellevue School District for as long as I have, I've seen that this district not only has the resources, the innovative minds here, the commitment, but also the outsized influence. Bellevue School District is at the crossroads of freeways. It's also at the crossroads of ideas and communities. And I know that what happens here will catch on elsewhere. As proof of concept, William pointed out our town hall at school that we had at Bellevue High last week, and I was pleased to be part of that event. We had students not only from Bellevue High School, but at least one student from Issaquah School District who came to us and said on stage, "We saw what you did last year. We want to do the same thing. We know that our district has outside influence. And as long as we do our small part, it will catch on." Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. We're having discussion.
Wow, I am absolutely thrilled that you all are here, and just really grateful for your time and your energy and your passion. And thank you to the staff who have all helped to make this happen. I'm at a loss for words. I have a lot of notes, and but I'm just listening to you all. It's just been such an honor, and I'm happy that you're so passionate about your contribution to this, to our environment. Just one quick thing. I know that we're in a hurry here. I really love the idea of the student portal that connects our students to sustainability opportunities and events. And this might be a question more for Janine, I'm not sure. But I'm just wondering if there is a way that we can identify those events in like advertisement. I don't know if it's a symbol or something, and have those events actually advertised on our website, so that, you know, I as board director can be more involved and intentional about attending and supporting those opportunities. So if we do another round, I have other things, but really they're all just accolades to all the work that you all have done and things that I noticed throughout the report. So thank you so much. And thank you to all the partners also, who I know there are several folks from the Bellevue Foundation who've been really helpful in making this happen. So just wanted to acknowledge them as well.
Okay. Okay, well, I think all of us wanted to give you a round of applause, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. Out of curiosity, do you guys feel like you're heard? Do you feel like you have an impact? Yeah, okay. It sounds like by the speaker asked the direct question. I appreciate you engaging in this space. I think one of the things which I repeated multiple times when we were working on the sustainability policy last year, is get the students involved, because the future is yours and you have the right to be in this space and own it. So kudos for you to step up and encouraging your friends to be part of this process. I have a question, but it's actually more geared towards the staff. And that is, I think all of this is phenomenal. I think the work has been great. The next step is where my question lies, is who's going to be involved? Are we going to continue to have the students involved because it is their work and they're very passionate about it? And how are we going to make sure it's transparent so that other students who haven't had the opportunity to be part of it could engage and be part of this amazing transformative work? And how are we how are we going to make sure that we are staying true to the timeline? I see 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and I think one of the things that both Director Webster and I have brought up is to making sure that we're being inclusive in all of the different needs. There are some amazing things that was listed. I think one of the things that was listed was in the consumption, eating less meat. And honestly, as a family who we talk about reducing meat all the time, because my children are very, very entrenched in sustainability conversation and acts. And however, as much as I would love for us to reduce, we have to be thoughtful about those who can't. who can't, and make sure that we're not ostracizing with this great intent. Those who may have allergies, those who can't for various other personal reasons. The 4 out of 5, I keep thinking that it's like, you know, that might work for the typical American eating habits. But when I think about vegetarian, I'm just going to explain. My husband is Indian, and so I know about the vegetarian diet quite well. It's a different level of consumption. It's a different, because you need to consume more to get the same type of protein and nutritional value. And so the expense that comes with that, you're asking people to spend more money when they can't. And so we need to be really thoughtful about, as it's a very privileged statement, and not everyone is. And so I love the fact you guys have this great idea, but I also think you guys have the brain power to come up with a solution, because you see each other, you see the needs of your peers. So I hope that the next step will continue to include you and many more. So, but thank you for being part of this initial beginning step.
So I saw many of you at many of the meetings here with the Sustainability Committee. It's been fantastic working with you, and you guys did an amazing job in your presentation today. I've really appreciated how clearly you're able to voice your opinions and bring your ideas to the table. And you guys aren't going to solve all the problems, but you have a unique perspective that is important. You guys see, and you see the future, you see where things are going in a different way than people my age or older might see things. As I think I relayed during the startup to this whole committee, when I was a student, the big issue of the day was, hey, can we get the school to turn all the printers into duplex printers so they print on both sides of the piece of paper? So that was a big deal. We're moving to a whole nother level, but there will continue to be challenges. Even if we achieve everything that's on the list that you guys have identified, there will be another list after that. And I think that it's good to recognize that this is an evergreen process. There will always be next steps, and there will always be opportunities that we can pursue. I want to take a little bit of the concept that Director Ara said and put it in my terms, which is there's sometimes going to be a tension between the goals of environmental sustainability and pragmatics of cost or interests of students' preferences. As we discussed in one place, their food services, our goal is to make sure you guys have food you like, enjoy, want. The worst thing in the world would be to have everybody be like, oh, I don't like any of this food. I'm going to go off campus to get Chick-fil-A or some other restaurant for lunch instead. So we do want to make sure that we're providing appealing, resonating options, and that may create some tensions. These are great goals, though. These are great things for us to see what we can do, how far we can push that. And that we don't reach all of these goals doesn't mean we've failed. We need to set goals that are beyond what we can necessarily achieve. We don't want to be just checking the box. And that's one of the things I appreciate about the thinking and approach that you guys helped bring to the table. Some of these are very ambitious. Some of them will get there. Some of them will get partway there. And we need your help to make sure we're measuring and achieving on all of that as we move forward. I just want to close and thank you guys again for the several months of support you guys have given us, and thanking the hard work you put into this and the fantastic presentation you gave today, both the ones in the front and the ones in the rest of the room. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I love this. I mean, I love the fact that we have a sustainability policy, and I love the fact that you took it and you ran with it. And so all the work that's reflected here in this report that came to us, I guess everybody's got their own particular area that they would hone in on. And I particularly am interested in this area, Pillar 2, environmental safety. And I like the idea of making, trying to see if we could make some kind of relief centers, like when we get so bad. I have pulled up some data that I saw in Axios Seattle, so you can find it easily, Axios Seattle smoke maps and smoke. They're saying that First Street Foundation gave them the data, and that there's going to be 3 weeks of smoke days this year. with the parts going over 100, whatever. So that's bad. And everything that you're doing in terms of everything you can think of that's going to maybe affect climate change is something to help with the fires not burning. But the fact is they're burning. So I wondered, so I love that idea. So I want to emphasize that idea. And then as I was thinking about it, I think, what do I do at home? Because I don't have whole house HEPA. And I don't necessarily want to like drive over here and hang out in this room, during the 3-week smoke event. So maybe we could add to our education somewhere. There's a thing called a Corsi Rosenthal box. Have you heard of that? The kids can build, and I built them at home. You take, and it's a cheapo way to make a real HEPA filter that works. And you take, it's like, you can find it all over the internet. There's videos, 4 or 5 filters for furnaces that are HEPA rated, like, and then a box fan. And so you can build this thing for a lot less money. And there were a lot of things in the pandemic where kids would build these for their schools. Now, luckily, we don't have to do that because we have a pretty good HVAC system. But if we could maybe show kids how to do that at home, so that when they're holed up for that 3 weeks in their house and they're just choking on the smoke, they have a way to go. So that was just an idea. I also said in the preliminary that Boston Public Schools shows a map with the air quality in each classroom in their district. So I do like that idea. I understand it would take money. And I also want to say that I'm also aware of the tension between running the HVAC at the number of air exchanges that you need to prevent us all from catching, the flu from each other and COVID from each other, but also to mitigate that smoke on the smoke days. That takes electricity, which is a tension with what we're trying to do in other ways. So it's another one of those, like we saw with the food. Okay, let me pass it to Director Rogan.
Thank you, President Watson. Geez Louise, sorry.
Poor Brian.
Yeah, I do that. I've done it. Thank you. As you can tell, we're all pretty excited and energized and inspired by the presentation and by what is, I think, coming for Bellevue. I'm thrilled to hear that there were other students, the student from Issaquah that was also inspired and wants to follow your lead. And William, I've got to quote you. I wrote it down. We have a responsibility to lead by example. And I want to thank each of you for really just exemplifying that. And the in terms of exemplifying our new strategic plan, we belong, we lead, we learn, we lead. You folks are leading this in such a powerful way. It's just, again, inspiring. I have a request. First, I want to echo what all of our fabulous directors have set up here. But I have a request, and that is for those who aren't seniors, hold us accountable as a district and as a system to this policy and to this plan. Hold us capable of being able to support this and continue to use your voice. I think it's critical that student voice is in here, because people will come and go on this board, on our staff, in our community, and you folks really are the creators of the future world. And I value that you are taking this so seriously. So I'm going to now quote Yoda: "Do or do not. There is no try."
So looks like we have a staff comment for a second.
I just wanted to share that the students wrote their own scripts tonight. We did not rehearse those, and so impressive. And they largely wrote the plan. We monitored the work groups as they were working, and we'd see student submitting and revising. And so I think that's really unique. I'm stretched to find any other district that has a sustainability plan written by their students. I think because of that, it sets us apart, and it's the reason that we believe that this plan will succeed and continue to evolve as other students step up. They're just passionate about it. So thank you, students.
It comes to my attention that we need to vote on this plan, and I'm wondering if
Are we voting this time or are we voting next week? Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, we don't need to vote on this plan. Okay, so I know that you want to say something, but I also know we have 5 minutes left for board discussion. So, does everybody else want another turn?
No.
No? Could you roll yours into board discussion? All right. Okay, because Dr. Armaki wants to say one more thing to the students. Is that right?
Yeah, just my closing comment is I just have this sense of hope kind of surging inside of me. I feel like I'm staring, like if there was a visual embodiment of hope, it is like this panel right here. And I feel so hopeful for the future of our planet, for the future of our school district. And I love that phrase for collective action for people and planet. And I love the work that you guys are doing with the younger kids, with the elementary kids. I just got a letter today from students at Spirit Ridge who are basically saying, we need to eat more, vegetarian stuff. You could make cheese pizza way more interesting if you add Parmesan cheese and chili flakes. So the little ones have got lots of ideas, and you guys are there kind of just inspiring them. And I mean, it's just incredible. So I thank you for being here. This was awesome. So, let me go over there. Yeah. You want to just do these guys? Yeah.
We'd love to, but we're out of time. Yeah. Sorry that I feel so pressed for time with this meeting. Let me say, if we keep going in, I think that's going to wrap us up for sustainability policy. So we're going to go on to board discussion. And if I keep going in the order I was going, it would be Director Webster would be, you want to, okay. Oh, you did. Okay. So Director Aris can say what, and she wanted to say something to you all. So
yeah, the comment that I actually wanted to make regarding transparency is that actually for our students, there have been many times where our students have come to our board and have asked the board and our district to follow up. And I've also heard from our community leaders who have worked with our students, please go back to the students who have participated and inform them where you're at or what you're doing. And so when I say transparency, I want to make sure, I want to be a little bit clear on that, is that we are transparent to our students who have engaged, that they know that what we are doing and where we are at and how far we are along in this whole process. So if they want to re-engage and say, well, you guys aren't really doing what you say you're doing, you do, they could do that. And I think it's only fair to acknowledge them for all their hard work by being responsible on that part. So how are we going to be transparent to them, and how are we going to communicate with them with all the next steps is I guess what I'm saying. I guess, I guess I'm going for discussion. All right. Well, talking about sustainability, I have to say I was very impressed because I did attend the town hall with all of the amazing research and work the students were doing in their class and in schools. One of the things I took away and I actually shared with our board directors, and which I'll bring now, is I think there was a friendly competition set up between Sammamish and Bellevue High about increasing the number of students in riding bike to 25%. Whoever gets there first is, I think, was the goal. And I so appreciated that. I said that one because that actually forces us as board directors to have larger discussion with the city council, because this is not just about us, but it's about the larger community. And for us to execute or help you execute, we'll have to start having more conversations. So I appreciate that town hall and sharing the data and also what you're working on. There was so much good stuff. I actually asked Peter can you just share all of that with me? Because honestly, the thing I normally take my notes, I left it at home. And so I was like, oh. So I appreciate all of that you're doing, and I hope you'll continue to do it and share more as you progress forward. So that's it for the sustainability. I also wanted to touch on the graduation. I so much appreciated being part of and being in the space with our Native American students this past week and seeing how they celebrate their youth and their milestones. It was phenomenal. So much appreciate being welcome to that space and circle, and acknowledge our students and their amazing success. And also our students who gave us a little tour after the theater performance. I can't, I don't think our students quite understand it. And this is one of the things I bring up to people. It's like when they start going on rants of how we're not doing good enough in our district. And it's like, oh, you should see the theater and all the access our students have, or the robotics and the equipments and the mentorship and the community that steps up. I don't know that anywhere else you're going to get what our students get. The student who could create all the costumes and learn the skill set, that is skills that you could go out and get a job with. And so I can't, it's those little moments I just want to like, I wish I could put a big, spotlight on them for everyone to see. There are a couple of things I want to bring up more for a conversation than it is a report, but one of them is actually regarding our strategic plan. I appreciate all that we have come, and this is again going into the oversight mode as a board director. I would like to ask actually staff to give us kind of a timeline of what you expect to do in this next year, because I know you want to take the next year, be thoughtful, and I don't want to rush, but I'd like to know what is the intent, and maybe it's a quarterly, don't turn that off. Quarterly report of this is where you are and this is where you're hoping to do by the end of the year or so on, so that we know that each step of the way, and not just, I don't want to get to the end of the year and it's like, well, that was a year, but we haven't come to a conclusion. I'd like to see what we can do as part of the oversight. And that's my thought. And I'm curious to know if anyone else has regarding the strategic plan concerns or asks. I'll let you guys talk about that. And then I do ask that for our next retreat, that we talk about governance model and making sure that we're all on the same page on which format. I mean, we've been following balanced governance. I want to make sure that we're all understanding balanced governance, if that is what we're going to continue, or if we want to change what that is, and if we need to bring in Ellsbury, that we do. I think one of the things when I stepped into this seat, having that opportunity right off the bat, not just having the book, but having a dialogue with Ellsbury, and not that it gave me some food for thought of making sure that I'm in the same space as everyone else. And so I want to make sure that we're aligned in that. So that's, and there's another ask regarding engagement. It's along with the sustainability and all the other amazing things that happen in our district. I think I've asked this before, which is that when there is an event like the one at the Interlake for the Special Olympic Community Track Day, I heard about it actually through the city council member, not from our own community. And I had it, but I didn't know exactly what time it was. And I put it because as a temporary, because someone else told me, and I would have loved to see that invite so that if I had time, that I would have gone, along with our Black student event and all these other things. I would love to be able to be the advocate and be present when, when possible. So if we could just throw all of that into our calendar invite, that would be great. And honestly, that was also asked about from some of our city council, and which made me think, if we want to really build that partnership and engage and make sure that it would be good for them to know what's happening. And so making sure that they're invited as well, and our legislators as well. They said, well, we love to attend, graduation and all these important things and support. And so it would be great if we could include them in that space as well. That's it.
Well, I let Director Ars go over because she had lots of things on her mind. But let's go to Director Blau.
So I want to first start by recognizing previous director Seema Serafin, who was the one who helped shepherd through the sustainability policy, which led to this sustainability group and this plan that we heard from tonight. So I think that that's a good representation of how the school board can bring an idea to the table, lead to student engagement, and now leading to hopefully progress towards meeting those goals. I also want to recognize, Sammamish High School's theater was really fantastic. It's a great program. Also created some jealousy for some of the other school theater programs. That is an amazing performance center that we have there, and it's a great asset. And I look forward to seeing that sort of investment in all of our schools. You can't be a week out from graduation and not appreciate that we're coming up on some great milestones for our fifth graders, our eighth graders, and of course our seniors. Some really tremendous milestones coming up, and I know we are all looking forward to celebrating with those graduating seniors in the coming weeks. So we'll have that opportunity. I do want to just briefly acknowledge that there's a lot of public press now, popular press. Seattle Times seems to like to talk about this school district that's over there on the other side of the lake and the problems they're having. Some of those problems are somewhat universal, and some of those are just their problems. It's not like they're truly contagious, but we are in a period where many of the school districts are having very tight budgets. Some of the school budgets are running very large deficits, and that's the problem that they're facing. But as I think my T-shirt here helps emphasize, one of the comments I think Director Aros was making earlier is there are synergies between our community and our schools and our school district, and strong public schools and strong communities go hand in hand. There are opportunities for us to better involve the community in our schools and better involve our schools and our community. I do want to mention that the city was directly involved in the sustainability committee. They had a couple of staff from their sustainability group that directly participated in that. I also want to recognize that we're just finishing some of the regular testing for our students. And it's remarkable to me how when my students were in their early grades, they saw this as, hey, it's cool, we got to take this test. And now that they're in middle and high school, they don't see the point. And it's not something that they're engaging in. It's not something that they're physically present, but they're not fully participating in that testing process. And we need to be thoughtful about what are the best ways to measure the achievement and progress of our students. And the level of disengagement is pretty stark especially when you get to the middle and high school levels for a lot of the students on that testing front. Thank you.
Okay, now it's my turn, and I guess I want to second a few things that were said. The calendar request, I would have loved to have gone to the Indian graduation, Latino graduation, and find out in time, and a few other things. So we got to work on that because there's lots of things going on. And then also I want to say, yes, I appreciate Seema Serafin, former board president, for starting the ball rolling on the sustainability work. Then what I wanted to say is Phil and I had the opportunity to go to the audit entrance conference this week as part of our role in board financial oversight of the district. And I have always had the impression, which I still have, that our finance department and staff runs a pretty tight ship. And this was formed over years of participating with the state auditors that go through the books. And the things they used to find were kind of funny sometimes. Like one time they're like, we lost track of one lunch. One lunch? I mean, but I just wanted to put out there, since I don't know that anybody listens to this, but in case they do. So I went through everything, and they mentioned, of course, that there were 2 findings last year. And that sounds kind of serious, except when you drill down on it. So they mentioned about their website, and you can go out there and you can see the documents. And my sense is that these were not like super serious things. One was there's something about the test security, and there's a plan at the central office, and we didn't realize that we had to have a plan in every building, and got dinged for that. And that, to me, that's not, it's a big deal, we fix it, but it's not huge. And the other one was the thing about the ESSER funds, which was reported to us immediately by staff that the digits were off in one of the calculations that they used. But what I learned by reading those documents the other day was the wrong percentage with the wrong digits was hard-coded in a tool from OSPI. So, and the reporting, we were $900 over the amount that would trigger the report. So it wasn't that huge, and I'm still very confident in our finance department, which is what I wanted to say for my board comment. And 40 seconds left, let's pass it on.
Great. I'm also going to defer part of my time to Director RS, since there was a lot that needed to be shared. Okay, I'll be even more brief because I do want to hear. First of all, just ditto on the Native American graduation. It was serious goosebump material. I attended an online WASDA, Washington School Director Association course online last night, and I was pleasantly surprised. I went in thinking, okay, this is something I have to do and I have to check it off because it's a requirement. It was really engaging, and there were probably about 25 directors from around the state who were really digging into cultural proficiency and bias, and how do you really define how to be an inclusive director, and how do you make it real in your school districts. It was great. I walked away feeling really energized. The strat plan conversation, Dr. RS, I am chomping at the bit to see an implementation plan, and at the same time, I understand that you got to go slow to go fast. I understand that. And yeah, I'd love to see at least the beginning stages. City council partnership. I know there was some scheduling problem there. It was going to be for tonight. I'm wondering about, would it be an idea to invite them to part of our retreat, to have some time at some point in the summer when it's not so, and maybe it's not a retreat, but just when it's not so busy, not so crazy, maybe staff can breathe a little bit more and have a deeper conversation with these folks. Anyway, just a thought that came to mind. And the rest is Director Aris's time, and then to Director Webster.
Thank you. I'll go super fast. So I am so sorry that I missed the Black Student Union Summit today. I was not feeling the best. I have a massive headache, and I still have it right now, actually. So if anybody has any ibuprofen, that'd be great. But really glad that Dr. Aramaki was able to attend, and some of our staff, and heard really good things about what happened there. So I'll have to connect with some of those students another time. Also wanted to acknowledge that we also did attend the honoring of Tendo and Ms. Collins and Ms. DeVita for all of their efforts in public education. And it was really great just to stand there with you all and celebrate you. So just quick kudos for you all. Really enjoyed the production of Beauty and the Beast and having conversations behind the scenes with those students. They're so passionate, and I just get so sucked into them, you know, sort of showing us everything and how it works, and they seem to really enjoy showing us as well. So really looking forward to seeing more productions at Sammamish. And then the last thing is wanted to also acknowledge BSF, the luncheon that we attended, just to celebrate all the volunteers that dedicate so much time in making Springs for Schools and other events happen on behalf of our district, and raising those funds, and just the passion that they have for promoting all of the great things that are happening in our district to gain more support. So wanted to just say thank you to BSF and all the volunteers who work so hard to make those events happen. All right, that's it. That's all I got. All right.
And to reconvene in the other room as soon as we've been sufficiently braked.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll start at 7.
Okay.
There we
I'm
go.
guessing this is from.
Can you guys hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we just don't see you, but we're trying to figure out that. Okay, now we can see you.
Hi, Amber.
Hi.
Hello.
Am I able to share the presentation?
Yeah.
This was really nice from the camera, right? I remember when you guys were indoors.
Yeah, there's no. Oh, do you want to turn?
Oh, but then for the captions, so that's.
Yeah, that should be good. We usually have.
But then, okay, I see it now.
Just suddenly so hungry.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mary.
What time is it?
Are we able to upload it?
it's 7.
Is it really? Oh, okay. 15 minutes goes very quickly.
It goes by really quick. Can we start?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So board, please eat while we're starting. If you don't know, Melissa Macias is our new Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. So we're so excited, and she loves it. This is her first foray with the board. So no, I'm just kidding. She really is. And you know Sharon Counts, of course. Sharon is retiring at the end of this month.
On June 18th.
Thanks for the clarification. Also excited to be here. And then I'll just mention Scott Powers is the other Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. He's not here this evening, but he's the other counterpart. I'm going to turn it over to Melissa, but I just wanted to launch by saying, oh, am I on? Weird, I need to turn it off. So I want to launch by saying tonight, in a relatively rapid, efficient sort of way, because we're a little bit behind schedule, Melissa and her team are going to take us through each of the curriculum adoptions so that you can kind of see, because we understand that there was not a lot of time to kind of absorb it. What I'll say is the purpose of tonight is to just get you grounded in the curriculum that we're looking at and the process and things like that. I was talking to Director Watson about this before, but the comments about like updating the procedure and looking at bringing the board more into the curriculum adoption process is heard and something that we can build out into the future for sure. This one is a little bit rugged just because we're kind of transitioning from what has happened to what's going to happen. But my commitment is as we kind of learn about this stuff and we go through this, hopefully it'll be enough information for you to feel comfortable. But then the commitment is we will adjust the way we do it so that things stagger and that you can learn about it in process and not just at the very end.
So point of order, at the end of this, are we going to be voting to approve those?
Yes.
Are we going to be voting to approve them individually or all of them?
Yes, so we will vote to approve them at the very end individually.
Okay.
That way, if there's one that you have a concern about, we can go back and address it. But otherwise, the last thing I'll just mention is, I do think you'll be impressed with what you see. Yesterday at Cert Admin, we got to preview the elementary literacy adoption materials, and I mean, Joel was emotional talking at the testimony because it has been, I mean, he's driven by the passion of his children, and all of that work that he has put into this has really helped be part of this conversation and has led to the ARC materials, which plus Integrity and UFly, which is like the gold standard for literacy adoption. And so we're excited to talk about it. Anyways, with that, I'll turn it over to Melissa. Take over. Thank you.
Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. We're very excited to be here. I want to start acknowledging all the information received on Monday. I really appreciate your perspective and all of your comments. And Teaching and Learning is committed to adjust how we do the communication. And also for us, curriculum adoption is a critical process. And because of that, we really focus in our equity and accountability procedural, and we leverage and reflect and affirm the unique experience, social, racial, cultural, and linguistic and family background of Bellevue School District community. For us, as you know, every adoption community has the opportunity to create diverse group of members when they have an adoption. And they follow the process of the procedural 2020P. And then after they have followed the process, they bring it to the instructional materials committee. And after that, that's when we bring all the recommendations to the board. Our IMC is formed by our community members from Bellevue School District. That includes an elementary teacher, a librarian, a high school teacher, a special education teacher, a parent, and a middle school teacher, a building administrator, and curriculum department, and the equity and inclusion, and also myself as a chairperson. Those members are selected by their representatives. So for example, VA will represent their educators, administrators will select their own person. And part of that, when adoption communities start the adoption process, we, Bellevue School District, have a very rigorous system in analyzing every curriculum that is come to our attention. And the first part is the initial selection, and we look at everything that is out there when we have a need in a specific course or content area. And then the team use our critical criteria to analyze all the curriculum options available. And then we form a team, and that team represents different members of our community. We are very intentional about who is part of this process and how we collect members to join this team. We are being very intentional about not only do it by survey, we're also reaching out to members that sometimes are not represented in those adoptions. Through the entire process, we use the critical criteria, and we identify ways to gather feedback from our students, from our families, and from our educators in different ways. We know that we have historically used surveys, and we continue to use that because for some works really well, but we also find different ways on engaging different members of our community. We use all the data collected from everyone, and then they come to a consensus in making a decision about which curriculum is going to be recommended. And then they bring it to the IMC. All these members that you see listed on the screen make a decision whether they want to recommend this to the board or not. So as you can see, it goes through a very strict process thanks to our procedures. And so the first adoption that we have today is the literacy, and I'm going to have Amber Anderson, our literacy coach and developer, to share a little bit about our literacy adoption.
You can minimize that. I don't know who's moving that thing around, but maybe you just minimize it so we don't see it.
There we go, that's great.
And whenever you're ready, Amber.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We're really excited to share with the board our recommendation from the Elementary Literacy Adoption Committee. The goals of the committee are to ensure equitable language and literacy instruction for all students and in all programs. And that's part of our adoption that's really exciting, because for the first time ever, we're going to have absolutely every single program using the same resources and built-in differentiation. And we can get to a little bit to that later. We also wanted to share with everyone, wanted everyone to be part of the process. So as such, we welcomed all applicants, and at times we had as many as 55 members on the adoption committee. And over the last 2 years, we engaged in a comprehensive review and experimental use process and determined with 100% consensus that the University of Florida Literacy Institute, or the short acronym UFLI, and the American Reading Company, or ARC, Foundational Skills Compatible curriculum provided the best resources for our students. This recommendation addresses our students' needs by providing both explicit and systematic instruction in foundational skills, as well as prioritizing language and oracy, comprehension, vocabulary, and writing development. On the slide, you can see 5 of the most identified benefits from our students, families, community members, administrators, and educators. To ensure our resources leverage and reflect and affirm the unique experiences, social, racial, cultural, linguistic, and familial backgrounds of our students. We engaged in a thoughtful review of the materials with the OSPI bias review and BSD critical criteria matrix. Additionally, we collected feedback in a variety of formats to ensure that we were hearing from all of our students, families, community members, administrators, and educators. For more detail, you can see the May 28th memo that details and has links to all of the full reviews. This recommendation of both UFLI and ARC not only exemplifies the shifts in instructional practices at the national level to science of reading practices, but it also is in alignment with our district vision and mission and prioritizes culturally and linguistically empowering resources for our students and educators.
Thanks, Amber.
Mm-hmm.
We do want to open the space for any questions for Amber, since she is one of the members from the adoption, and we also brought some materials.
I just have a quick question overall about the critical criteria. First of all, thank you all for making time. You know, I know this was last minute, and I really appreciate all the thought and work that you put into this process. And yeah, start there. And then, yeah, so with regard to the new, we have the new EDM framework. I'm just wondering, because I know that the critical criteria was what was in place, you know, obviously when you all were doing this. Will there be a shift in the way that you all look at the critical criteria, newly named EDM? Like, is there going to be a shift in that? Is what I'm wondering.
Absolutely, yes. And go ahead, Amber.
So we had the nice benefit of having an adoption that was over 2 years is we actually got to start implementing that following the August Leadership Institute this last year. So we used those guiding principles and those guiding ideas when we were working with our team and developing consensus throughout the year. So those were critical questions for us to consider when we thought about how do we ensure that all students are being served by this selection of these materials, right? And who are we prioritizing and who are we centering our decision on? And who does that help to elevate and provide additional success, opportunities for success for?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question. I know that you're still using SRA in the special ed or reading support. I have not paid attention to the nuances, but I'm assuming this better aligns with that.
So I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear, but I'm thinking I'm hearing something about special ed and SDI.
SRA.
Oh.
The SRA curriculum.
Yeah, so the SRA curriculum is used in like resource room for students with a reading goal. And one of the things that a lot of our special ed staff on the adoption committee really appreciated about this curriculum is they felt that the phrase frequently used by both special ed staff and our accelerated learning program was the advanced learning program was the idea of a low floor, high ceiling. So there were several opportunities where all students had access to and entered into the tier 1, and it could be scaffolded very easily for, as well as extended on the end for students for which they're demonstrating mastery of current skills, current grade level benchmarks, and needed that extension or differentiation in that regard.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Amber, I don't know if you're going to get into this, but the coolest thing about this program is it kind of brings back some of the power of like thematic learning, so that kids can get engaged in like something that they're interested in. And the themes are aligned to people and planet, like kind of social studies focus and environmental focus. So if you look at these books, weather, climate, I mean, when you look at the list of them, they align to our science curriculum, they align to our social studies curriculum. It's really, I mean, it's like totally, and when you look at the feedback from kids, it's like, this one isn't boring like the other one. Like, it's amazing what the kids are saying about high interest, preparing kids to think about, you know, humanity and sustainability.
Awesome.
Amber, will you just mention the amount of differentiated and different books that are available for each student at each grade level in each unit?
Yes. So with each unit, there's always the core text or the main whole group lesson text. And then there are 400 total differentiated books. So meaning 100 books per unit per year. So in the first unit, there's 100 trade books that are differentiated across the band in order to give students different experiences. And they're all trade books, like meaning things that you could buy at Barnes & Noble or off of Amazon or at a bookstore, right? So we are moving away from something where one publisher has authored all of those topics or all of that content. And that is important because it provides a wider range of differentiation. It also allows for us to build on it over time. So we can continually build to this library and diversify, put in new topics or new ideas and things. This allows for that ability to do that because what you're modeling in the instruction is both, yes, content and how to read, but then you're providing this opportunity for student voice and agency. And so they get to choose those topics and research and practice their reading skills and apply them in an authentic experience.
So as a quick follow-up on the scaffolding part, I know one of the things I've heard in the past from teachers is that you know, especially the newbies, not having the skill set to scaffold or figure out how to do it in a timely manner so they could actually do it at the time that they need to do it.
Yeah,
I'm hearing that this is already built into it, so it's easy for the teachers to just kind of take and run with it.
Yes. So if you look at the teacher guide, this is a very different style of teacher guide, and we're really excited about the changes that it's going to promote. So if you open up the teacher guide and you look, they call it a framework. If you look at it, if you turn to a page that you see gray margins on the right-hand side, right or left side, like on the edges, you know, of the page. What you're seeing there is the things that are the explicit teacher moves and the things that you would do as a way of scaffolding or differentiation. You'll see that it provides suggestions for whether it's alternative text, it provides suggestions for sentence frames, it suggests what anchor charts would you make. So for example, in kindergarten, when you're studying ecosystems and you're looking at what are living and non-living things that are in the environments for animals, right? So it suggests like an anchor chart you would make. It has songs that are built in to teach rhyming. So when you're in the animal unit, you're singing like 5 little speckled frogs, right? 5 little freckled frogs sitting on a speckled log, right? Like you have all of this built-in components of building in the oracy and the language and the vocabulary, along with putting in the sentence frames and teaching ideas and concepts, and then building the things like the phonemic awareness through rhyming.
I think these are in Spanish.
Can I ask a question about how we transition from the existing curriculum to this new curriculum? I'm not worried about the kindergartners or probably. Sorry.
Poor guy. Are you okay?
Or the first graders, but 4th and 5th graders, I'm just wondering if we anticipate they might have some perceived deficits and how we'll ramp them into this new curriculum as we transition over.
That's a great question. We want to be conscious of it, and we definitely want to acknowledge that could exist. But one thing that I think that we found, at least in the experimental use, right, when our 4th and 5th grade educators were leading this instruction with their students in their classrooms, we didn't notice per se a gap. For example, like they didn't happen to know about, let's say, because one of the topics in 4th grade or the 3rd grade one you have right in front of you, the weather and climate, it's not as though the students that piloted that unit couldn't engage with it just because they hadn't had the previous units in ARC, right? So the topics are relevant and they build knowledge in the moment. One of the other big shifts in the nation is this concept of knowledge building. So along with explicit and systematic instruction is in foundational skills, there's systematic and explicit instruction in knowledge building. And that's one of the things that this does, is it builds knowledge that's foundational to other disciplines that help students to access the literacy within those disciplines. And we really feel that between the other units, as Dr. Aramaki mentioned, the other units of science and social studies, they will help to reinforce some of these same concepts and really bring these things to life.
The other thing that I can mention is that yesterday we were in the principal's meeting with elementary, and we had Erin King from Lake Hills, sharing her experience and observations from students when they were using the experimental use. And one of the things that she mentioned is that the engagement increase in students because of the choice of the books that they had and because of the projects that they have to produce as a result of that. And so thinking about transition, what we noticed is engagement went high.
Well, and just in that short unit, the amount of writing and the writing products that the students were able to complete was night and day compared to even just the 2 or month before that. So it was very, very impressive.
Amber, will you just explain that part about the writing? Because I think one of the criticisms of the last curriculum was it wasn't a very strong writing component.
Yes, we're really excited because ARC defines itself as a writing first curriculum. And some of the most cutting edge research has indicated that when we really, well, 2 things. One of the reasons why UFly is effective as a foundational skill is because it does what we call both decoding and encoding. So we're learning to read and take apart the language, and then we're learning to build or encode and write that language. And for the longest time, we used to teach these things very divorced from each other. Right? And these are items that we know now reinforce each other. So when I have the students read the word cat, I'm having them write the word cat. And on their whiteboard, when they write the word cat, they erase the word cat. This translates up to when we're also talking about content, such as what we will be seeing in ARC, right? So when I am reading about a topic, writing about a topic, I'm becoming more proficient, not only about that topic, but the reading and writing itself. So some of the most cutting research out says that when a student is able to proficiently write, we know then they are able to proficiently read. And the way they explain it is you can ask a lot of people, hey, are you a proficient reader? And they say, oh yeah, I'm a proficient reader. I'm great. Yeah. But if they say, are you a proficient writer? People will say, oh, no, I'm not the best writer. Right. And it's because writing has a higher cognitive demand, and anybody who can proficiently write can proficiently read. So it's a piece that we need to focus more on. And when you really think about the sort of research also coming out of like WABE and other support systems for multilingual learners, we know that we have to start prioritizing in this order: speaking, writing, reading, and listening, or it's oftentimes referred to as swirl. And this curriculum will help us to really do that. It will prioritize student talk, student dialogue about topics and building oracy, and then prioritize writing. And those are components we've really been missing from our current curriculum.
Amber, thank you so much.
Yep.
I know that you need to go watch your son at the concert.
Thank you.
And so I know you're sitting there at Tillicum or Tyee.
Tillicum.
Yeah. So we'll call you later. More questions?
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
No, I don't have a question, I have a comment.
Okay. Do you want to make the comment?
Well, I don't know. I just get so emotional about this because let me just say, I'm on board with UFly and ARC and Haggerty, which I watched the videos, but I'm like, what took you so long? Why did I have to sit through somebody from our district tell me how lovely balanced literacy would be? That's where I get so upset, because this stuff I was taught 30 years ago in phonology class in college. Why were we looking at pictures and trying to see what was in the picture? And looking at the first letter, the kindergarten teacher covering up the letters and putting, okay. It's just really hard for me to feel. And then when we had the expert come in from dual language to get a talk to the dual language teachers, he said, we don't do this stuff in Spanish. We're not doing word walls and guessing from the pictures. We're teaching the kids the word letter correspondences. So I'm glad you're finally there, but I'm certainly upset that we weren't there 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's a national, absolutely a national issue. And
I know it.
That's why Joel was so emotional about it too. Because kids are impacted by this. The good news is, from 2 or 3 years ago, our teachers just jumped in. Thanks to this whole team, the whole jumping into letters, doing the training. It really, Amy McDonald started a lot of this. It was really incredible.
Got some results too.
And so the good news is we're on it, and we jumped on it faster than a lot of people have. And so like the training for most of our elementaries, if you walk into any school, K through 2, you'll see U-Fly, Haggerty, and so.
But it took an
doesn't
act of the
erase-
legislature to get us
Yeah,
there. I'm sorry, I'm just so upset.
Well,
Thank-
I just want to say, Amber, thank you very much, because
Yeah.
I know I've sat in some of your meetings with Joel and Christy, and I can't help but just take a moment and say thank you to following through on this.
You've done an
process.
amazing job.
Bravo.
Yes.
Thank you, Amber.
And I need to give a shout out to my team too, because honestly, it's been a really big effort. Eric and I partner on a lot of things. So Eric and Jen Rivera and Lily Martin and Ann Thapa, it's been a really big lead team, and Chitra, and we've just really worked hard to make sure our students see themselves, are excited, and are going to have some great success. So thank you.
Great job.
I just have to say, this started with the math curriculum adoption, but the MLL department and the teaching and learning department, they co-led this so that the multilingual learning would be kind of central to the adoption process.
That's right, I was going to ask questions
It is
about
the most incredible thing. I mean, it's like it's really like been kind of brought together. They've led it together. It's so the whole team, amazing. Yeah. Okay, we got to move on because we have 5 of these to get through.
Yeah.
I'll call you later,
Okay,
Amber.
thank you, Amber. We'll move to the next one. Whenever you're ready, Eric, we're ready for you. You just need to unmute.
Oh, yeah,
All right. Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for having me here. Wanted to share about the recommendation for 4th grade social studies and what that looks like. So we actually had a bit of an unusual situation this year where we removed the previous textbook from classrooms. It was an older book that was kind of out of date, included stereotypes and some oversimplifications of historical events. So it really didn't reflect our district values of equity and inclusion that we want to have in our classrooms. So this year we engaged in experimental use of this textbook that is The State We're In. And it's a book that is created by the League of Women Voters. It's an open educational resource. It's available in print and digital format. So that allows for accessibility features and all that. In the adoption process, had a lot of feedback from students, families, staff, and reactions were quite favorable to the new textbook and compared well with the critical criteria and the OSPI bias review. In addition to that textbook, we also have a graphic novel that we would be using with 4th grade social studies for just a piece of one unit that's about city planning. So have that book as well. And I know all these details were in the May memo with the full critical criteria, bias review, IMC presentation and all that. But we did have 100% consensus from the adoption committee for this recommendation and unanimous approval from the IMC. So we were pleased with those results and happy to take any questions about the 4th grade social studies materials.
I just wondered, I know that Sherwood Forest, when we went to visit, they raved about how helpful high-dose tutoring has been for those kids over there. I'm just wondering, are we thinking about opportunities to introduce, the high-dose tutoring for some of the, pre-reading supports, right, that may be needed with this curriculum? Just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of that, and especially with how it would relate to the 4th grade social studies pieces, but certainly with any of these materials that these have a heavy amount of teacher scaffolding and involvement with them, that it's not just the kids go read it really on their own, that the teacher is very involved with the lessons with all of these, and the textbook becomes more of that resource for classes to use.
I love that this is not, it doesn't look like your typical written by an old white male from Texas. I'm sorry, my bias might come through. I'm sorry for any folks from the public that were
it's so
offended by
specific
that.
to Texas.
I know.
That's where all the
That's where all the curriculum came from, folks, many years ago. So, I mean, the photos, the reference to York, African-American who was enslaved, the real stories are coming up. Sacagawea, the real story. So it's just one of those, it feels like it's timely and sensitive and relevant.
This is the textbook that Tendo and Amber and Eric and I have been working with the team on in Bellevue High School. And you can see that this textbook actually mentions William Owen Bush, so we have the perfect units now to put in right there.
So if I understand correctly, we've suspended the current.
What was the name of the current book?
The previous one was called Washington, Our Home, and so we took that out of classrooms in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and one of the things I appreciate and was actually looking for as I looked through this is I have a student who has some challenges just picking up things when there's images behind them. And I know the old curriculum, that was like their preferred thing, was all of the text was put on top of pictures, and he just would wander. He couldn't track the lines anymore, and he's got a specific 504 plan that he was not meant to have anything where there were images behind text. And it's great to see that none of these has that. Even in the graphic novel I was looking for, all these are very clearly set out and apart from the image with a white background. I really, really appreciate that. I think that's very helpful for the students who might have some of the challenges associated with reading that are not actual, it wasn't a literacy problem, it's a physical problem, reading.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish the analysis.
No, yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I concur with that. I know like some of the DK books that we have in our libraries are just so distracting because they try to be like really great, but they have like little blobs and writing all over the place and you can't focus. But what I want to say about this is it's been a while since I've looked at fourth grade social studies curriculum, to be honest. But I remember I used to walk down the hall in Bennett and see they used to do these dioramas and stuff, and it was about the Native Americans and stuff. But what I didn't like about it was there was no context. You know, everything they studied on the Native American unit that was in fourth grade was just isolated in time and space. And what I'm seeing here, I can't read it, I can't speed read it all right now, but that it seems to be woven in. And then you have the other peoples of Washington. You know, first thing I did when I moved here, I bought a book called The Peoples of Washington State. Here it is right here on, page 68. And I think that's really good information for the kids to have, and I also appreciate the civics.
This is going into, a little bit of nuance. Years ago, I used to work on Native Reserve with students, but before I could do that, I had to go through a whole history lesson from the perspective of our Native community, of the history that we have learned. And so I am curious, since you've had different people participate, if you did the research and whose voice these stories are written from. Is it very, this is not the appropriate word, but whitewashed, or was it from that community's voice?
Yeah, that was definitely some of the feedback from experimental use teachers and from the adoption committee. Of one thing that was good about this textbook is that it is a very current perspective and includes multiple perspectives in it. That it's not just a traditional type textbook that you might find. So that's the one that we already removed from classrooms, and this is a much more current book for us, and that it also does things like talk about like the perspective of tribal communities today, and it really highlights that it's not just the history or the past for tribal communities, but what does it look like today? And then just a note about the previous question about the kind of the accessibility. The online digital version is ADA compliant that is created with this. So that helps with kind of what you're saying about the accessibility features of the book.
And we do have our vision instructor and our teacher of the deaf consult on curriculum ahead of time before adoptions to make sure that if it's not something that has ADA features built in, which thankfully all of these do, that it's something that they can convert with available tools if it's the only thing we can find. Like there are certain things that are hard to do. These are not one of them.
What's the expectation as far as, are these books that'll stay in the classroom or they'll go home with students? I'm just wondering, they're both paperback, you know, are there durability concerns with this? What's the expected lifespan for curriculum like this?
Well, these books would mostly be in class and they wouldn't be between home and school, but certainly there is the digital version of it that would be accessible anywhere. So so if there was a need for students to work at home with it, that would be available. It is a paperback book, but we don't have any concerns about kind of how long it might last. Like it's worked fine this year for classes to use. And the other good part is that it's not the print cost of it. We're just basically paying for the printing of it from the League of Women Voters, so it doesn't have a huge publisher markup or anything on it.
And I know, Eric, we're a little behind on schedule, but are we able to move to the next one? Okay. So thank you so much, Eric.
Nice job.
You.
And don't worry, Mom, people come collect your material. Sorry, like the Vanna White that he is.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Nice glasses.
Great.
I know they are cute.
Oh, thank you. Well, good evening. I'm Wendy Powell. I'm the secondary social emotional curriculum developer. Thank you for having me. I am here just to share that we are recommending Character Strong for our middle school social emotional learning curriculum, grades 6 through 8. We had a 27-member committee, including teachers, counselors, classified staff, families, and that committee rigorously followed the Instructional Materials Committee adoption process. I'm extremely proud that the committee maintained an unrelenting focus on the equity-driven decision-making questions and the critical criteria throughout the year-long process. We gathered and analyzed feedback from over 600 students, as well as staff and families, to base this recommendation. And we're confident that Character Strong will meet the needs of our middle school students, staff, and families.
Thanks, Wendy.
Do we have any samples of Character
Oh,
Strong?
that one is only electronic. We do have a username and password if you want to look into it as well. But we don't have anything that is printed.
It is all, the curriculum is all online and really user-friendly for the teachers and completely available in Spanish. So with a flip of a switch, it can be available in Spanish. Very user-friendly platform that's updated annually.
Without seeing it, can you just talk to us about what it is?
If you want, I can share my screen and show you what it looks like.
I think that's better. That'd be great.
Okay, let's try this.
You don't have to get on there because you're in the. Yeah, she can just share her screen. She has permission.
Okay, how's that?
No.
Oh, there's far left. You see, click on it.
Can you click on it?
Click on yours. Yes.
Can you see it?
Okay, yeah, okay. We got you, Wendy.
Okay. So our login for our pilot expired on 5/31, but it's not turned off yet. So I think it could get turned off in a minute. So I can,
Don't say that in front of the lawyer.
I can share it with you, but
It's on them, not us, whatever. If they send me a bill, I'll pay it.
so the curriculum. The curriculum is articulated by grade level. So 6th, 7th, and 8th grade all has their own sessions. They call them sessions, not lessons. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, we got it. We're good.
Okay.
Keep going. Wendy.
Okay. So they have different scope and sequence. For the desired is 35 sessions of 30-minute sessions. One of our pilot teachers said there was absolutely no prep. She actually just would like literally be able to come in and start the session, and the kids loved it. And that was a math class. When you click on the session, they have a lot of great user-friendly videos. The at a glance shows the educator what they'll be doing and the relevant vocabulary. One thing, and this is kind of small, but I really liked, is the educator share that really talks about like how deeply and what the educator might want to be prepped as far as what they might want to share in that space. They walk through, they can make this full screen, but they walk through these different prompts. They always have a get to know you or a little game in the beginning. The kids really like that. They go through the activity. They have embedded videos, and then they close up and they have a lot of engaging. It's all really about the kids talking to each other. And then they close up with kind of the same sequence throughout the whole process. This is still in the place where they're learning. And then I'm just kind of whipping through this. And then they have a challenge that they ask the kids to go and apply. And then they have the closing as far as a reflection piece. They have a huge amount of campus resources, extra resources. This one I really like is the relational activities about how to connect. Like I said, they have those character dares. They have problem or project-based learning, group projects, outreach, supporting documents, just all kinds of things. And then they also have over here on the left what's called the Character Strong Gym. I think this is another key aspect where they have just a lot of different activities like entrance tasks, videos, activities that teachers can drill down to. I want a 5-minute activity for this age group with for this kind of character trait, and can just do all kinds of different things, including kindness journals and virtual assemblies and all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to stop talking and open it up to questions.
Yes.
I've got a couple of comments and questions. One, just for clarity, we're just doing this for 6th or 8th grade, is that right? Or,
That's correct.
Two, you mentioned that the online platform's constantly being updated. How do we get a notice about what's been updated so we can check it out without jumping right back and expecting to see the same thing that they saw last year or last time they used it?
So they provide videos that share kind of their updates and what they've updated, like a synopsis of the updates every year.
So that gives us a chance to kind of review those updates. And the other thing is, it feels much more than any of the other curriculum. Like this is a little bit of a choose your own adventure when we push it out to the teachers. Like, hey, here's a whole bunch of things. Pick a handful that you might want to use. How do we use that in a meaningful way with our teachers? Are we giving them any sort of direction? Hey, pick 2 from category A, 2 from category B, and 2 from category C, or what's the expectation there?
Wendy, do you want to talk a little bit about the Reimagined Middle School plan next year for using some of this curriculum in an advisory, during the advisory model with the schools that have that?
Right. So there's 2 different components. There's the one component that's the Tier 1 curriculum, which is designed to be 30-minute sessions delivered in sequence. So it really takes the guesswork out for the teachers. That does require a protected space that we don't necessarily have in all of our schools yet to provide that. That being said, we do have educators that are wanting to do this They're chomping at the bit to do this. And so we will work with the schools and really go with the goers next year on the tier 1 portion, that's concrete sequential scope and sequence. For the choose your own adventure, I think that it's going to be really imperative that the implementation teams at each school, the building leadership teams, their climate and culture teams, that they're really looking at what the curriculum, what the plethora of things that can offer and really help guide teachers, because you're right, there's so much that you don't want to overwhelm them. And so I think it needs to be aligned with the school's improvement plan to really think about how they're going to develop those relational, we belong priority. And so I think that's going to be something that I would love the opportunity to work with the different teams and really, and Character Strong, and really just meet them where they are and provide guidance.
I think to your point, Phil, not all of our schools have advisory right now.
Right.
3 of them do. And so we'll be really trying it out in those schools and with teachers that want to start trying it out next year. We hope to implement advisory the following year in 25-26 in all of our middle schools.
It's kind of cool because I think the biggest fear that teachers have about advisory is like, what am I going to teach? Like,
Exactly.
I don't want to spend a lot of time planning and making up stuff. And so this at least gives them an opportunity to like plug and play, talk, build relationship in the classroom.
And those are meant to be in sequence. Everyone's on the same page. We're all, learning the same thing like we would in any of our curriculum.
Out of curiosity, I understand that you piloted this program, right? What was the student response?
Student response was very positive. Students really appreciated the engaging factor, just how it got them up and moving. They loved the game. It felt very slick to them as far as it was appealing to them, the visual nature of it. They really appreciated it not feeling like you're teaching at me. We actually piloted Second Step, which is our K through early learning through second grade adopted curriculum, and it's a great curriculum, and they're wonderful to work with. But the students said that felt more like your traditional, you're teaching at me curriculum, and this felt more like I'm just allowing the conversation to be engaging and the kids to really share with each other and learn and talk with each other.
And a follow-up question is, what is the cultural sensitivity in this space?
I'm sorry?
What is the cultural sensitivity in this social curriculum, SEL curriculum? I guess what I'm saying is because our district is so diverse, and with the diversity is different cultures, and certain things are acceptable, certain things are not, certain ways of communication. So I'm wondering how this is working with our diverse community.
So I think it really is able to be, the teachers are able to, with the classes that they have, they know their classes. And so I think it's really, this curriculum does enable them to be flexible and responsive to those students in the classroom. And I also will share that, like I said, the committee had that focus on our equity-driven decision-making. And there were some concerns about, is this curriculum culturally responsive? Is it showing our students the variety of backgrounds? When we did the bias review, our committee was very, like looked under the microscope. And there were some things that they saw that they wanted to see improvements, especially around students with disabilities. And you can read that in the bias review as well. And we shared that back with Character Strong. And the great thing about this particular vendor is they're very responsive and they make changes. And so I would say that, this is an area that Character Strong has on their radar as far as making improvements. They've worked with Erin Jones. I'm not sure if you are familiar with Erin. They have Lori Linus now on their staff. They have Clay Cook on their staff. They're really walking the walk. So I will just share that I am really, we had concerns, we shared them, and they listened, and they always are making those adjustments they want to hear from students. They have student panels, they have staff, and they have, of course, their own staff that they're really looking to make improvements along the way.
That's a good question, Jane. I'll just say, I think social emotional learning, cultural relevance, it's very important that you don't screw that up, because otherwise you could be projecting a certain cultural value, social emotionally on how do you manage emotions and things like that. I mean, that was a concern, I think, for Ruler, how do we use Ruler? Are we using it to manage the emotions of kids of different cultures? And so it's a good question. And I think it's something for us it's good to hear the kind of the names of the people who are part of kind of the development of it, but it's not something that we should keep an eye on because it is really important. Thank you for bringing that up.
I feel like saying "told you so," which isn't really fair. Really, really not fair, because I told you so for a completely different reason. But I was, as far as I know, almost nobody any board member has ever, in my experience, voted against a curriculum, except one, and that was me voting against Mind Up. And I voted against Mind Up for church and state reasons, which other people didn't see. So 4 people voted for it, so you got Mind Up. But so I'm very much like, yay, the end of Mind Up.
Yes.
So, okay. No, seriously, because I found a video with Goldie Hawn explaining that she was backing the Mind Up curriculum and it had the Dalai Lama in the video so they could spread these principles of Buddhism to public schools. And I just really, I believe in separation of church and state. So that was my issue. But it's not.
Know that the legal standard is not separation of church and state. I wish it were, but it's not.
Okay, so that's why I was overruled and you guys got to have Mind Up. But yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And I think yes, we'll move to the next one. I do just want to add really quick, because this curriculum also offers resources to support students that need tier 2 support and tier 3 support. So it's not just tier 1, but it also allows to select lessons that will be very specific to your skills.
Do they have support for parents?
Yes, I think when Wendy, for parents, when Wendy was sharing the screen, you can see there was a section for families as well.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just screen, well, I can't really do it. I don't know if I'll have access to the chat, but yes, they have been.
Thank you. Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thank
Nice
you
job.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are for Edge. Jessie. Hi, Jessie.
Johnny on the spot there.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here this evening. Are you all going to share the slide again on your end? I'm only on my little laptop screen, so I was actually following the...
Yeah, we're seeing the slide, so she just needs to click on that over there.
If you don't mind, then I can look at you and the camera a little bit more.
Then needs to click back on the slideshow.
Oh. And please pardon my air traffic control headphones.
She's almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah, I can see. That's great. Thank you so much.
I'm almost there. Okay.
Now we're there.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm here this evening to talk about the EDGE Fundamentals curriculum, which our adoption committee unanimously recommended for adoption for our secondary newcomer support class. This is a class that we felt the need to revisit and update in light of our becoming a WIDA state and the new English language development standards, as well as our changing service model to the supportive mainstream model, and just our changing demographics and who we're seeing as recently arrived immigrant youth in our schools. This curriculum we worked with throughout the year. We actually had a number of colleagues who had a background with this curriculum as well. It's fairly widely used. and gathered a lot of feedback throughout the year, mostly sort of through community conversation and classroom observations and collection of student artifacts. And as part of our process, we kind of use the critical criteria review and the bias review as our like graphic organizer, our like organizing principle as we were sifting through all our data, which proved really helpful. A few key themes that we felt strongly about with this curriculum. One is it really provides a scope and sequence of the year for this class that has relatable themes rather than just setting a bar of what are the objects in the classroom or how do you greet someone in English. They have bigger themes like guiding questions include who am I? What makes us wise? That encourage student storytelling and connection. I learned a lot about our students' backgrounds and cultures and histories through seeing their work. So to me, that both spoke to it being relatable and also setting the bar for high expectations for what our students can communicate. And it also had a really clear connection to, and a lot of high leverage material to teach students explicitly about the expectations and the language that they'll need to use to be successful in US schools. Just making sure we're communicating about that directly, while also affirming what they bring with them. Some of the pieces that came out through that review that we want to mitigate, in my experience, I don't feel are out of the ordinary for what we need to do with curriculum as educators. The first one, our adoption committee felt strongly, is that the pedagogy our teachers brought to the curriculum was really important and part of what made it work really well. So our teachers are very skillful in encouraging student collaboration and conversation. Also, we wanted to identify supplemental resources with some more diverse identities, which again, I know there was a comment made about publishers from certain states. A lot of English language development curricula are still a little bit reserved in our broader cultural climate, but that is something that we are looking at in concert with the other piece that we feel like is something that we would need a supplement for and is part of our changing demographics is a supplemental resource to support foundational literacy skills, but in the secondary level, so that are, you know, emotionally and age appropriate, but teaching some of those skills. And we're looking into some resources that are high interest text that support some of that also reflect some of those other identities in those books. And I think I will stop there, but happy to have this curriculum. Yeah.
I just have a question. I don't know if this is a question for you or she, I'm not sure, but what are we thinking about with regard to kids' identities and the new law that's going to be coming into place?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
I can answer this because we've been talking about it a lot. Yesterday, OSPI identified that it will not be enforcing the new state law.
Oh.
That being said, it is, so there's already a lawsuit about it. The group suing did not get a preliminary injunction because it's already summer for most school districts in the state of Washington. However, it was set for a preliminary injunction hearing on June 21st.
21st.
So I anticipate that that law is going to be enjoined pending review by the state Supreme Court.
Okay.
One way or another. But I'll give you an update on our next meeting because I am following it very closely. This is one of those circumstances that I agree with OSPI's decision based on federal determination and Title IX and other, how the federal government has interpreted Title IX, that the Washington state statute is in conflict with our federal law obligations.
Thank you. Thank you.
The thing that's great about this curriculum.
I get very excited about that topic.
The thing that's great about this curriculum is that when we talk to our kids who are here, new to the country, especially those who have been through like pretty challenging times to get across the border or whatever, I think they're asking us to teach them how to speak English and, you know, that foundational sequential like language development. And so I think at Highland, you probably heard this, but we started some classes to meet the needs of kids who are brand new. And we have amazing teachers doing it, but I think having a curriculum that's sequential, don't you think so, Jesse? is something that's going to be super helpful.
Yeah, I agree. And to your point, I think our students come in and are so hungry for that like conversational piece. And this curriculum really also shows them like you also have a space in our academic institutions, and it kind of elevates both. And appreciate the shout out to our Highland teachers. They're amazing.
So, can you help me understand like how many students, how is this actually used in the classroom? Is this going to be like some classes are going to use this? What about students who might be new at, say, St. Irish High School or somewhere else, or coming as a multi-language learner? How does this sort of curriculum get used for those?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's used across 9 of our secondary schools. So basically all of our secondary schools, except for the choice schools currently, just because that's where the numbers reflect the need. There is an entry, a sort of prerequisite criteria. The class is really specifically meant for what the U.S. Department of Ed would define as a newcomer, which is a student who has been in the country for less than 3 years and scores mostly entering and emerging on their English language proficiency screener. It's always a student's option to opt in or out of the class. Our newcomer navigators in the MLL department help have that conversation on enrollment, but most students, I think see the benefits of having that space. So there is a class at each secondary school, and then the teachers monitor pretty closely those students' progress. And it's sort of like I like to think of it as like a landing pad when students arrive to kind of help get them what they need, get connected, build community in a safe space. And then the goal is for them to transition out of this elective within a couple years.
Right, so this curriculum applies for kind of the first 3 years they're in country, or up to the first 3 years.
Up to. Correct. Correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Wow, I would love to just sit with this book for a long time, but
I know, it's very, inclusive.
It makes me sad almost, because I came to a page, Global Village, and they're teaching English in the middle of this, and it's like, enough, when you have enough of something, when you are hungry. It's like, there's many people are hungry, the food is not divided equally. It's right here on the page. Or just other things. I mean, it's real, but not everyone in the Global Village can read and write. Wow. Okay, well, I never had a book when I was a kid who said it like that.
Oh gosh, that's not even close to.
Yeah, and in the
it's relevant for sure.
Yeah, and really speaks to students' emotional intelligence, right? Because we have students in this class who are 15, 16, 17 and can talk about challenging issues. I would say it may be of interest to you as well in the board memo. There is a link to the IMC presentation that has some examples of student work in the appendices. And it's really cool to see what students actually wrote or drew or created related to some of these themes. So if you're interested.
Well, I can just put it out there as an English language learner, and what I had access to and what this is so different. And to also having students being able to see themselves in it is awesome. And I also appreciate that there is a UDL generated resources by the staff. That's awesome, which also makes me wonder, do we have that for the other curriculums? But yeah, thank you.
Unit 4, survival.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Have a
All right,
nice evening.
thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Good work.
Carrie, are you here?
Sure am.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
There will be no books or plus nothing.
And this is our class.
My definition is a secondary.
Whenever you're
Paris, hi Paris.
Yeah.
Hi.
Whenever you're
Right, so
ready.
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Bonjour. Bonsoir.
Even if you're at a low reading level, you want to hide something interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, let's go.
We're ready, Paris.
Okay. Yes, we had a very large adoption for levels 1A through 4, which is quite a few different classes that we needed to adopt because the previous text was being discontinued. And we did pilot 2 full sets of books to compare to each other, but this particular book had more engaging thematic units, and also it had a very wide variety of cultures. So for instance, the food unit in a lot of those books are just French food, and I mean it's not necessarily connecting to our students' cultures, but in this book the food unit is on Caribbean food, which connects to some of our teachers who are from the Caribbean and also our students. And there's a much wider variety. There's quite a few chapters that take place in Senegal, so it's just a wider variety of cultures, reflecting the fact that French is spoken on all continents. And in addition, that 80% of speakers within 5 years are going to be from West Africa, because West African French speakers are the largest growing set of French speakers. And then we're also starting to get some migrants from those areas. And so being prepared to make them feel successful is a really important part, so that the kids can see themselves reflected in the text. I want to speak to the process really quickly. We had we really tried to do a very complete process and follow the board policy completely. In order to do that, it was an 18-month process. It was. There was no way around it, because I held an open house at Sammamish for parents and teachers to come and get their hands on all 7 texts we were considering, so that was a lot of books. But that allowed us to get a lot of feedback along the way. One of the features of the Chemin textbook is that they have current events that text and videos, and they come in at 3 different proficiency access points. So when there's a current event on, if you have a heritage speaker in your class, you can give them a slightly different assignment at their proficiency level. And since almost all our classes are mixed level, that we can provide differentiation for our kids, and that also a textbook is printed and it's kind of fixed. By having the current events section of the website, it allows us to stay more up to date. Some of the mitigation that we have to undertake, it is it's a pretty big shift for teachers. So I have a elaborate implementation plan with lots of training. One of the highlights is the publisher has offered to provide monthly office hours for teachers so that they can drop in and get their questions asked. And I wasn't happy with their tech support, so I negotiated a direct line so we don't get their outsourced tech support, but I get the actual sales representative to get them the right tech support. Another piece of it that the teachers were really happy about is that it goes all the way up to the AP French text, which is the same publisher, in a smooth, gentle way for the students. And then another piece that we really wanted to be careful of was access for low vision students, because we have several low vision students, and making sure this publisher is 100% compliant with the guidelines set out for low vision, so that it is screen readable and doesn't require extra work for people to move that over into OneNote. Yeah, so I'll open it up to questions.
Well, I have one which you might have covered while I was passing books around. But my question is around, can this somehow serve both people who are learning this as a world language and people who have it as a heritage language? Because I know I talked to one of your French teacher once who thought there was like a real difference in having both of those kids in the same classroom.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's really like the question. So I appreciate that. So the way we are actually as part of the Multilingualism for All initiative that will be coming back to visit you very soon on for the vision for that, is changing the way we approach world language classes. And it's kind of a flipping. What do I mean by that? That we focus on the themes, and then the grammar is provided for support, but it's not necessarily used it's used to support the students' reading and writing, but it's not necessarily used in the grading. Does that mean, do you understand what I'm saying? So that allows the teacher to swap in the supports for heritage speakers or language learners, but then focus on what they can do. What can they do in real time? What can they write in real time? I just did a town hall I had about 40 world language teachers show up to kind of walk them through what this shift in practice was going to be like. And I would have to say that there was actually a lot of excitement in moving forward because it will free us up to serve the needs of the students. So then the textbook, we use the parts of the textbook that helps the students, but it's not used to punish the students for what they don't know. It's used to support what they can do.
Well, this is the moment where I'll say how much I love the French experience that my son had here, starting from a family that does not really speak French outside of the 3 years I had in high school of French. The teachers at international school took him up to a level through the AP and then that year beyond, and then he was able to go study in France. And just a week ago, he was having a conversation with a new housemate who is a native speaker of French. So it just feels like he can navigate France, and I'm amazed because that didn't happen for me with my high school language. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Can you help me understand how French is distributed as far as teaching across the district? I know about international school, that's the only language taught there. Where else is it? How prominent is it in other schools? Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. There's about 1,300 kids enrolled in French, and it's across the middle schools, all 5 middle schools, the 4 comprehensive high schools, and international.
So almost half of them are at international though, based on those numbers.
Correct.
I guess that's right.
And so what has the reception been from the International French Department, I guess would be my follow-up question.
Yeah, that's a great question. They were actually highly engaged in the adoption process, even though they only had 1 member representing them. The meetings were always open. I always held public meetings so that even if a person wasn't on the adoption committee, they could attend. And we got a lot of engagement with them for both texts. We have found that unless you really go deep into the 2 pilot texts, you can't really compare them. And they felt like it provided access points for kids who needed extra support, and then also being able to use the higher level for heritage speakers, because they do have some heritage speakers.
Yeah, that tends to attract them. Well, I'll just point out that I know that the focus on francophone countries instead of just France is much appreciated. That's a focus that I know international school tries to emphasize.
Yeah.
So that's a good piece. The other piece is current events. Having a textbook that becomes more current is something I've heard them explicitly asking for. That many of the references in the existing text are just so outdated that students can't relate to them.
Timely then, huh?
Yeah. I just have a general question. Go ahead.
I'll be back to advocate for a French heritage language program at a later date. I got a big talking to by Madame Colombe once at Interlake.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know.
I'll just say that Paris, she's instrumental in kind of the development of the heritage language programs. She's been a great partner. We've been in conversation about French heritage, so just so you know, it's there, and we've been talking about it. And I'll just also mention, you probably can tell this, but like she won like the national French world language teacher developer of the year. So I mean, she's clearly super innovative and supportive of language programs, and she's been just instrumental in helping us launch like Korean and Hindi and all of that stuff. Amazing.
That's great. Did you have a question?
Just in general, and this is just me being a novice, I'm wondering what triggers the need to adopt a new curriculum? What drives that?
We're usually on the 7-year cycle. Okay. Because that's typically now that we do digital resources. And so when we get to the end of the 6th year, we start that process. Well, really more like the middle of the 6th year. And we reach out to teachers and students and ask, because sometimes there isn't really a need to update the curricular resources. I mean, think of how many courses we have in this district. So, I mean, there are, you know, hundreds and hundreds of them at all of the high schools and things like that. So sometimes we don't, you know, there isn't a need to do an update because now that we have digital resources, the publishers are updating them themselves as we go along. And so the teachers are like, no, you know, they've been updating it. Seems great. So.
Which is much better than it used to be when we were on a.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. When everything used to be print resources, the state funded us to redo it about once every 18 years.
Yeah.
Was there a mess up with the cycle at all with COVID?
Oh, for sure.
I would think.
Yeah. I mean, we had to keep putting off. Well, we had to put off the 4th grade social studies thing for way too long, which is why we finally were just like, let's just pull it and go with experimental use right now. And the developers did such a good job of trying to figure that all out. And then we did have to hold off on the literacy.
But like, if you remember math, I'll just say the elementary math, like it was a terrible time to adopt a curriculum because we were coming out of COVID. People were a little stressed out, but we were doing walkthroughs with ANET. And it was like, we looked at the standards and we realized that in some grade levels, the standards were like 1 or 2 grades off, like way low. And so we're like, there's no wonder why kids aren't passing the smarter balance. They're literally not getting the content in class. And so we made sure we had to get that done. And it was not a great time to do it, but we did it, so.
Paris. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I
appreciate it. Good job.
One question.
No, I actually have 2 more questions, but they're about curriculum and not French.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye, Paris.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Bye.
So I've got a question about curriculum. So how do you guys, so 2 things I've noticed. Sometimes you'll have a teacher who like reverses the order or go, you know, completely bounces around. They'll get through the same stuff more or less, but they'll do it in a different order. And the second is, how do the decisions work for adding supplemental materials? Because no curriculum is going to be perfect as written. There might be timely things that opportunity, like with the election coming up, obviously history classes or government classes have a great chance to try to create connections to current events and current topics.
Supplemental materials are completely at the discretion of the teacher. So they can add them. I mean, a lot of teachers will.
So long as they comply with our policies and procedures.
They're sitting next to me. But yes,
the formal processes that you go through to do these are not required for those. So typically speaking, what happens is the department gets together, decides they want to do something, runs it past the principal, runs it past curriculum, and then they go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially,
so
if it involves policy.
I do want to tell you about the moving of the units. We really have a strict policy that you don't move the units around for that semester. So we don't want teachers taking a unit from first semester and putting it in second or vice versa, because we have students that move our schools at the semester.
That was the ramp up I was talking about before a little bit.
Yeah, so that has been an issue and continues to be an issue, and we don't want them to do that.
And I also wanted to mention that we also have another category that is called additional materials, and that applies for novels. And those are following the same process, and they also come to the IMC, and then they get recommended to the superintendent only for approval. And those are also like posted in our website, so we're able to see all the novels that has been approved and have been going through the process.
Yeah.
So there's kind of like a set of books that can get pushed through that approval process.
Yeah, and we came up with that about 5 years ago, and the purpose of it was so that we could diversify many of our novels and our books and offer some choice to the teachers. So instead of just having, here's the 3 novels we read every, in 6th grade and then 7th grade, now there's like choices that are more thematic that the teacher can choose, and then we also have choices that the students can use, but we still have them go through that process. and then it goes to the superintendent.
And it's, frankly, I think it would be helpful for the parents to know that, because I had to stop recommending books to my kids after I 3 times in a row gave them a book, and then this next semester they were forced to
We
read
got a
the story.
website for that.
Yeah, so, I got 3 things to say. One of them is, yes, that screwed up the PTSA book club that we have that was trying to read the books that our kids were assigned because we're always off. But another thing is, I want to know how the curriculum adoption process meshes with this big chart I was given at WASDA from the State Board of Ed. They have a schedule of when they refresh the state standards. There's this big chart that I got. I can't pull it up right now because.
Oh yeah, we stay online
Yeah,
with whatever the state.
but if you're only
standards are.
allowed to redo it every so often.
No, when that happens, we redo it.
Oh,
We go
okay.
out of cycle.
Yeah, okay, so that was one question. The other question is, one of the things I also learned from WASDA was that it was also the board's responsibility to make sure that we aren't breaking the budget with this. So we didn't get any budget figures around this.
That's easy to send to you.
Right, but we're gonna need it.
But we're approving it tonight.
Yeah.
All of the adoptions are within the budget allocation that we've set ahead of time, so.
Okay.
And that you
We have a
approved for this
5-year
year.
plan
Uh-huh.
with the adoption. I meet with Melissa and we go over it every spring. She knows, we stay within that budget. And the budget that goes to you all in August includes all
Right,
of
but
that.
it should be coming to us sooner if we have to.
No, so when you vote on the budget, when you voted on last year's budget in August,
It
they
had
had
this in it?
factored in the curriculum
okay.
adoptions
All
for
right.
this
Yes.
year.
Yes.
So you do get that information, it's just because the way in which you guys do your budget approval process. You do the entire budget for the next year in August.
But when we look forward, what we can do is we can add the budget implications and just kind of show how it aligns.
Yeah,
We can do that.
that's what we wanna.
And then one other piece, because it's not part of the procedural, then we can also add that, because what we look is what is the best resources that are out there for our students.
Right.
And so if that were to be something that we would like to add, it would be good to add it as part of the procedural, so we can
Yeah.
also.
Well, we don't allow them to do an adoption until they have approval on the budget that they're allowed. If that makes sense.
Okay, I'm just trying to
It's
make
good for
sure
you
we're.
to talk about that because like
Yes.
ARC, it's not the cheapest one out there. Let's just
No,
put
it's
it that
not.
way. So if we wanted, we didn't choose the cheapest one, that's for sure. So it is good for us to think through the budget. Because there's gonna be.
And we're new, so we weren't here in
Yes,
August.
yes.
so
Right,
we don't
and we
know.
weren't calling this information out in August, which is when we improve our curriculum adoption cycle, we will
Yeah.
look, more
Yes.
consciously
We can
look
do
at
that.
those numbers.
Yeah.
Especially as work.
I have one question regarding
Yes.
the curriculum, especially since we're talking this, all of this is, that was just 4th grade social studies, the 5th grade social
It's
studies?
still the same, and the reason that we adopted our 4th grade is because we received concern from the educators, and so we immediately removed those textbooks, and that's why we are recommending this. And I will say that about 60% of our 4th grade teachers are already using this because we have a year according to the procedure that they can use this material.
So what is the 5th grade one now? What is the 5th grade social studies?
Same as it was, whatever that was.
It's a different one, I cannot recall it, but I can.
STI, I want to say.
But it's a different one. For what happened with social studies is that we have different curriculum for different grade levels.
Yeah.
It's not like literacy that you have the same curriculum for all the grade levels. We've been trying to find a curriculum in social studies that we can use for all the grade levels, but because the requirements from OSPI standards are different, that's why we have different curriculum.
We
The
do
fourth
use
grade's
this
all
as
Washington.
time immemorial in all of the grade
Oh, yeah.
levels. And I
That's
can
a
tell you
state
that
law, isn't it?
in 5 years, about 5 years ago, we did a whole process where we decolonized the curriculum with every grade level that we teach US history, which is 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade.
But
Okay.
4th grade's always gonna be a one-off because it's
Yeah.
Washington.
Right.
All right, so let me just do a process check. So in a second, I'm going to turn it back over to you, President Watson, because you need to do the votes. We're going to do them by curriculum.
Okay, yeah, although I have to say, I'm feeling a lot better about this since we did this little process here.
Good.
Well, as we were, even I'm kind of sitting over here, we're thinking like, this is really nice actually to do this.
Yeah.
And so this might be part of how we redesign the future
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
doing curriculum.
And I would suggest if we could do like one meeting would be better.
Instead of all, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
So the thing I'll mention just before we do that is, no, I was gonna say yes, vote.
You said turn it back over.
Yeah. I was-
Okay. All right, so we
Okay,
need motions.
Yeah, so do you have a slide for that, or do we just
We
wanna go back
can
over
just
the?
go back from the beginning, and this is the literacy curriculum.
I make a
Well,
motion
we just need
to
a list of
approve
the-
our Q plan.
Second. Hold on, I gotta, if Monica's not here, I gotta take some notes here.
And I'll just mention, there is a student who keeps flapping their hand up and down on the,
Oh.
This is not a
Somebody has a
public
question?
comment portion of the.
Yeah, they can.
So, I'm sorry, which curriculum did you flag?
You fly.
P5 literacy
Yeah, so,
curriculum.
the K-5 literacy.
It says,
curriculum.
that says P5 on the chart, but, all right, that.
Right.
K5 over
Elementary
here.
literacy. There.
Okay, so we
K5
put back our
literacy,
presenter mode, just
which
like
is
that, just
ARC,
this slide.
you fly, it's ARC and you fly at this point.
Oh, sorry.
Where is it?
So, so I say,
Somebody needs to
was someone?
second the
We already did.
motion.
Second.
Okay,
Yeah,
second.
okay.
A bunch of people second.
Yeah.
All right, and so then let's say all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No?
That
Abstentions?
motion
No.
carries.
Yep. All right, so then the next one would be, I need a motion for the state we're in and the novel Washington Blind Body.
What?
I make a motion to approve the grade 4 social studies curriculum.
I
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Enthusiastic aye.
Aye, we're all ayes, okay. All right, we need a motion for, oh, I didn't ask for discussion, I'm assuming we had it.
Yeah.
All right. Motion for
Character strong.
character strong,
Second.
all right, any discussion?
So I would like to discuss this only briefly. This is an online curriculum. Does this have an annual fee associated with this, or are we buying the full 7 years for this one?
We can do annual, we can do it yearly.
This one,
They all do that.
this
Yeah.
just suggests to me that we might want to have an interim check-in on it, after 3 years or something like that, just to see how it's going, just because this is an area that's evolving very rapidly.
Yes, right.
So that's the only modification I throw on this one.
So is that an amendment to the motion, or just something that you hope they keep in mind? or-
I guess I would recommend that we approve this for 3 or 4 years and that they
Okay.
reassess it after an interim period of 3 or 4 years.
Tick your number in the motion.
4 years.
All right, so Phil's moving that, is anyone seconding?
As I'll second it.
Yeah.
As opposed to 7.
Yeah, and then I'll say, more discussion, we already did that, wait, that, he
Sorry.
amended the motion.
I just have a question though.
Sure.
Are there any implications that we should be thinking about if we move that from a 7 to a 4 that you all can think of as experts?
Sometimes we get a better price if it's for more years. I do have to say that we have never been in a situation that we only approve for a specific time. It's either we approve it or not approve it. What we do, we're always constantly monitoring the curriculum. We're always looking to see how students are responding to it, and we do it that, like, it's part of our job. It's not that once it's approved, that it's like in their classroom and we don't look at it. That's not how we do it in teaching and learning. We really evaluate the curriculum, and that's part of the things that we have to do as mitigation and support. We definitely, when we work with the vendors, we try to get the best deal that we can get, and that depends on, and we can do it sometimes every year, but we try to do either 4 years or 5 years because we get a better price.
I would just offer that social emotional learning is not a traditional
Yeah.
discipline subject, and that it is much more rapidly evolving than any of the other curriculum areas that we're looking at. That's the reason for why I put that up there.
I would say that, and I'm a little concerned about it being so far up, like 4 years is a long time.
It could
to
be,
me.
that
So
is a
that's-
very long time for this
For
discipline.
this, in particular, so I'm wondering, can we just have like a check-in or something, I don't know.
Could we do like approve it with a review?
That's fine.
Yeah.
With a review
In 4
Yes,
years.
and we'll do that anyway, so yes.
We can do a review. We should do a review or two, I think, just to see how it goes.
Where are we with the motion?
I got lost.
Who made the motion?
I'm in trouble.
Bill's not in the
Do I have to amend it, or what do we
Kelly,
need to do?
No,
we are
didn't approve the
reviewing
first one.
them every year, all of the curriculum, because to Carolyn's.
But this is the formal vote.
standard-
though.
So as a reminder, this is not one you can amend.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
the
so
one
it's not
topic
for
where
now.
you can approve or reject.
Okay,
All right.
but we have an understanding, right?
I will bring it back.
We can do a separate.
Yeah, I'll make sure
vote.
that
There we
the
go.
board gets to review it too.
Yeah,
so
great.
from more-
We'll put that in the notes, John,
Great.
right? We'll talk
Yeah.
about it tomorrow at the takedown.
Okay,
Okay, great.
All right.
So we should
where
come
are
up with a better name for
we're,
that.
we're
I
moving
like
to
takedown.
approve.
It's stuck in my head. All I want to call
Somebody
it
already
now.
moved it?
It's been moved
Yeah,
to
it's
Now we're
second.
gonna, all right, now we're
Well,
gonna
I
do the,
thought, we didn't all agree on it though, right? So do we still have to?
Well,
So
we
no,
don't- we don't
it's
get to
moved,
amend.
it's been seconded.
Okay.
You can either vote yes or you can vote no.
all right.
You cannot modify it.
You cannot.
Not
That's
on
what she
what
said.
you talking
So,
about.
Correct, because this is an instructional materials adoption.
Exactly.
Under state law, the board is allowed to approve or reject the committee's
Right.
Okay.
recommendation.
But-
That's it.
Not
yeah,
the
so we're
amendment.
approving or rejecting the recommendation, but we can still separately
Yes.
make a.
You have one
request to have-
employee, you can
Yes.
tell him what to do.
Yeah.
We'll put it in the Outlook calendar, promise tomorrow. For 2 years from today.
Okay, so can, any more
Aye.
discussion?
No.
All right, so, all those in favor, please say aye. Okay, all right, that one passed. Next up.
I move that we adopt the
This is
EDGE
very-
fundamentals for grades 6 through 12.
Second.
Any discussion about EDGE fundamentals? Except I'd really like to read that, that was interesting.
No, it was good.
Right there.
Yeah, can she take it home?
Sure. Like, I literally will sit and read it, that's, I just.
Well, yeah,
We know you will hear.
All right.
I know.
So,
And pass it to when you're done.
okay, so, where were we? We said, someone moved it, someone
Second.
seconded it. All those in favor, please say
Aye.
aye. All right, now, let's go on to Shona.
This comes with a trip for the board to the Caribbean.
Let's go.
That's a sweetener.
That French lesson into like maybe,
I move that we adopt the French 1A through 4 curriculum as proposed.
Second.
Okay, why does it say 1A through 3?
It says 1A through 4 there.
Comma level 4. Okay, my chart.
It says 3.
Oh, because 4 is AP.
4 is AP and
Oh,
then
that's
says it goes
AP.
straight.
And is that like a separate book we're also putting on this motion, or is that like something else you already did?
It's part of the curriculum.
It's 1 to 4.
It's in the headline.
Okay, 1 to 4.
It says 1 to 3.
Oh, right here, it's just,
That's a mistake?
yes.
Because in your chart, it said 1A through 3 Chemin,
And in the
and then level
presentation,
4
she-
perspectives. Yeah.
1 to 4.
Yeah, in the discussion, she
See over
very
there,
clearly
French
said AP was
1A through
included.
4
Okay.
Yeah,
adoption.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we have the motion,
Yep. I was just.
Yeah.
and you guys are seconding without me noticing. And then, well, because they're talking and I'm trying to think of something else. All in favor?
Aye.
It seems like,
Any opposed?
As long as there's a
No.
trip to Caribbean.
Any abstentions? The motion carries.
I'm trying to notice
Voila!
if they all four
Did
are
we get
saying
them all?
aye, because then I figured they won't say something else.
The Caribbean trip was Kelly's.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah.
really-
Paid for it.
Oh, you just have, we only
Recommend
join
what we
Cisco
talked
systems,
about
except they
these
think to
guys.
go to different islands.
We're done, right?
Yeah,
Let me just.
So we're done
right?
with this.
Okay.
However, there is a need for the board to meet in executive
Okay.
session
Yes.
for
Yeah.
about 5 minutes to discuss a complaint against an employee.
And one other piece.
Okay.
one other
So
piece
it
before-
was
Within 5 minutes.
Another
rocky
piece
year for
before
me,
that
but
Kelly's
you got
gonna
your
address.
curriculum.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
And our
you.
teachers and developers, we appreciate it. So
We're
thank you.
just really interested, and we got critiqued by Dr. Alsbury, our board consultant once, for not spending enough time talking about teaching, learning, and curriculum.
Well, we're gonna send
We're
him this
fixing
video. So, thank you to Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Sharon.
Happy retirement.
And at least you got all the curriculum passed.
I know, right?
What was gonna happen if we pushed that off? You'd be like,
You don't want to
She
ask
was
that
gonna move up
question.
her
We know
retirement.
Invited till June 18th.
So real quick,
I mean, we could sit here all night, but John has a kind of a proposal because he's done a lot of work with the EDDM team, so can you just talk about that? Instead of doing a study session, he's just gonna kind of tell you.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and I have a recommendation for you. So you had asked at your, at the previous Monday meeting, that there were some concerns, you felt you needed more time. At the next meeting, the May 16th meeting, you deferred, and then agenda planning had a conversation on the Friday, and we came up with the idea of a study session, which was supposed to be tonight, right? That's obviously not gonna happen tonight. So before I give you my recommendation, I'll just tell you really quickly, I did meet with the EDM team. Your colleague, Monica, was there. It was great feedback. I'll say 2 things. Number 1, the feedback is not extensive, so there's not a lot. But number 2, I will say it was really powerful feedback, and it completely aligned with the comments and the conversation that you all had in that Monday meeting. So my proposal is tomorrow in the weekly update, I will share with you the revised marked up clean versions of the policy and the procedure. And again, and I'll explain it, and I've highlighted in yellow the changes, and I think you'll appreciate them because it reflects the conversation you had. In other words, EDDM core team agreed with you. And my recommendation is that that we, on the 17th, the Monday before the 20th, I will present those changes to you like I always do, and that we go ahead with a first reading on June, June the 20th, losing track of my dates here. So if that sounds okay to you all, I think formally you would have to amend the agenda to take off the study session topic.
Yeah, so I will ask Monica, because she was at EDD.
Yes, I agree. It went very well. The feedback was powerful. I mean, that team is very thoughtful. And we were all able to reach consensus. So I know that concern that you're talking about, it was addressed. Okay. So just so you know, that was one thing. It was brought up. They saw it immediately. Everybody did. It was one thing I had on mind too. It's actually better than what's listed there. So.
So if what you will send tomorrow, is that different than what will you send?
What you'll see, the part that's different is highlighted in yellow. And I'll very, very quickly tell you, there is minimal scratching out. The scratching out part, the strike throughs occur in your board commitments because, as some of you pointed out quite aptly, the question was, I think President Watson said, I don't even know if this is something that we can even do. So you will see that strike out. The rest of it's a couple of additions here and there. Again, not a lot of suggestions, but they are powerful suggestions. It's all highlighted in yellow, so you'll be able to tell really clearly.
Okay, so it's different than the way you sent last Friday?
Yes. Yes.
Updated as of this week.
No, actually, it's not different than what you saw last Friday, except that it's cleaned up. It was what I gave you on Friday was pretty rough.
You're not gonna. It still looks. I know what you're talking about.
The weekly update.
Look at the one he's gonna see.
Look at the one I'm gonna send you. Look at the one I'm gonna send you tomorrow, because it's the same one as what you saw Friday, but much easier to read because I cleaned it up.
Great.
Yeah. So that would require.
So will you adjust the agenda?
Right, so we need a motion to change the agenda to eliminate this piece?
Yeah.
Move to
remove the study session.
Remove the study session.
Second.
Yes, I did. We all maybe seconded.
Okay, so Jane moved and Phil seconded, and somebody else is taking notes because I'm not going to have this come over.
That would be recorded.
All right, any discussion about this? No. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
And then can you adjourn the meeting and then we'll
Okay,
stop?
not adjourn the meeting.
No, you can't adjourn the meeting.
Recess into executive session.
Okay.
Jess, can you please turn this off in here, but
Yeah, make
keep the
sure it's
meeting
off.
open in there?
Yeah, give me.
We're gonna,
Yeah.
it's gonna take.
All right, so we are officially recessing this meeting.
We'll get a drink of water.
No?
No,
We are not.
We're recessing into executive session and then we will officially adjourn.
Yeah.
Right, I didn't say.
No, no,
no.
We're recessing.
The June 6th meeting of the Bellevue School District Board of Directors is now adjourned.